Go ahead and reconvene the Brattleboro Select Board meeting for Tuesday, January 12th. We know that the meeting has been properly warned because we were already meeting at 5:13 to do a short executive session. And first on our agenda is to approve the minutes of December 22nd, 2020.
I move to approve the minutes of December 22nd, 2020.
Thank you, Ian. Ian has moved to approve the minutes of December 22nd of last year, 2020. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 That's 5-0. Thank you. Chair's remarks. I knew tonight I either should say barely anything or I should just, I might go on and on forever. Like so many of you, I'm sure I've been sort of glued to the television and other media devices, watching what is, I don't know, I'd describe as sort of a slow, painful train wreck going on in our nation's capital. Some shocking events. But I always make myself feel better by kind of concentrating on local concerns. And I think that's what we should keep doing because that's what we have control over here. And I just welcome everybody to think locally. Well, we can think globally and act locally, but tonight we're going to think and act very much locally. And those do have parallels to our national concerns we're all thinking about right now. And I think I'll comment more on that later, perhaps. Next up is our manager's comments. So Peter.
Thank you. Yes, I do have one tonight, and it's meant to answer at least questions, if not a mystery, that's been around town the last week or so. We've had a lot of inquiries to our office about the utility vehicles and the work that's being done. It's been very noticeable in downtown. It's going on in some other parts of town as well, and it's going to go on in other parts of town in the weeks ahead. And so I just wanted everyone to know that that is Consolidated Communications doing the installation of fiber optic cables. And it's something that they're calling their fiber to the premises project to lay 71 miles of fiber optic cable in Brattleboro to improve the connectivity for 10,000 residential locations in Brattleboro and neighboring communities. It's going to involve some addresses in Vernon, Guilford, and Dummerston, and it'll be mostly here in Brattleboro. So large scale work. It's going to improve internet for a lot of people, and it is underway. So that's what you're seeing in the street. Occasionally when necessary, particularly in the downtown area, with a sheriff's car and lights next to it to make sure that everybody stays safe while the work is being done.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, fellow select board members, comments, committee reports. Liz.
Continuing on the same theme that you had, Tim, I just want to say that Donald Trump is a menace who ignited domestic terrorism and should be removed from office. These terrorists include lawmakers and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Thanks, Liz.
Anytime.
Brandy. I did see, I think I saw Daniel's hand go up earlier.
Oh, no, Brandy can go first.
Well, I was going to say, I'm going to sound sappy now next to Liz's vehement and accurate select board comments. I want to just take a minute before we dive into this night and remind us that tonight's agenda is loaded with items that people feel passionate about, that some people have become vulnerable around, that some of them we've been talking about for a long time. And I really just hope that when we approach with any kind of questions, whether it's community members or ourselves, that we remember that while for some, if you don't have an emotional attachment to these projects, you might be coming from a purely procedural and logistical part place with your questions, but to remember that you're posing them to people on these particular items that might be deeply emotionally invested and are also struggling through a pandemic, as all of us are, which can add that little extra pinch of sensitivity. And so if we could really strive tonight to be kind and considerate, I think that maybe we could have a nice meeting.
Thank you, Brandy. Daniel.
Oh, Ian, you should go first because I wonder if I know what yours is.
Oh, you know. Oh, you all know. It's time that we all look forward to. Talk about elections. So,
Wow.
the town meeting day and Wyndham Southeast School District elections are coming up on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. Due to the pandemic, there's no in-person early voting in Brattleboro, so we're encouraging all voters to visit their My Voter Page website to update their registration address, including their physical address and their mailing address. So, and on there, you can also request your absentee ballot to be mailed to yourself. This is going to be on the Brattleboro town webpage in the news section. I've been told sometime this week a link will be there so you can access your My Voter Page there. If you encounter any problem in logging into your My Voter Page, you can contact the town clerk. And you can request ballots and they will begin being mailed out in the middle of February. So you can return your ballot using the envelope that you receive when it's mailed to you, or you can also drop it at the secure drop box that's in the municipal center parking lot. That's what we've been using for the other elections this year during the pandemic. It's secure, it's checked multiple times a day, and it's a safe way to drop it off without having any interactions with anybody. If you decide that you don't want to do mail-in voting, you can also vote in person at the American Legion on Election Day. If you want to vote in person, the polls will be open at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at 32 Linden Street. If you need to register to vote, you can do so by going to the Vermont state website, if you Google it, or you can also register to vote at the polls on Election Day. Finally, the consent of candidacy forms for Brattleboro town officers, Wyndham Southeast School District board members, and town meeting members are now available at the town clerk's office. So you need to call or email the office to request the form. Due to the pandemic, the petition requirements have been waived. So candidates just need to have their names placed on the ballots for the election by filling out one of these forms and submitting it. So if you want to get a consent for candidacy form, then you need to contact the clerk's office no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, January 25th. You have to submit it by then in order to have it placed on your name placed on the ballot. Whew. Sorry, that's a lot of information.
Good though. Thank you for taking that role. It feels like every meeting now, Ian. Thank you.
Yeah.
Daniel.
I concur with all that was said before from each of my fellow board members.
Oh, that's why you wanted to wait.
That's it. I knew what you were going to talk about. I registered today. It was very, very simple. I put a little link up on my popular social media page that I shall not name, and like some screenshots of the steps. It was very easy to do, something like 5 minutes at the most.
Oh, and you've now all heard this information. Everybody that's on here, share it with people. You know, pass this along and make sure people know how to safely vote this election.
Thank you. And Peter, something to add to that?
One quick note in addition to that. So Ian inquired earlier today about getting that link up that he mentioned, and he accurately reported that I said we'll be sure to do that this week. I wasn't sure exactly what would be required to make it happen. The Cracker Jack team at the Municipal Center got right on it, and it is right now available to anyone under the news section on the right-hand side of the town's homepage. So in addition to everything else he said being perfectly accurate, anybody who's ready to go there and do that update and ask for an absentee ballot can do it at their convenience.
Terrific. Yeah. And just to reiterate, it seems like we're going to have no longer the excuse of having to go out and get those signatures. So just saying, I'm glad this is an election I'm not going to be involved in, because maybe there'll be some competition and some people will be encouraged to throw their hat in the ring. And that's nothing against current candidates or people who are
we'll see. Yeah.
considering running or anything. It's just it's kind of exciting for me because I always love to see an uptick in participation, but we'll see what happens. All right. If everyone else is happy with comments, questions, we're going to go to public participation. And just, I should probably write this down so that I have a consistent preamble here. But just so you know, this will be for folks who are watching who want to comment. And to do that through Zoom, if you're not familiar, you look for the participants button in the center of your screen, center bottom of the Zoom meeting screen. Click on that and you'll get up a stack of people, which your name will probably appear towards the bottom. But if you look to the bottom of the participants list, you'll see a raise hand function. And if you raise that hand, which someone usually does just to demonstrate, usually Ian beats me to it, but there we go. Thank you, Ian. You'll see your hand gets raised and it also automatically stacks sort of an order. So again, public participation is for anything that does not appear on the agenda for later tonight.
Hey, can I just say something real quick? My raise hand button moved and it's now in my reactions thing.
Mine is also the same way. I recently updated my Zoom, so I'm wondering.
As was Wise.
And I did not.
So I will, yeah, mine's the old version too. So I will add that you may have to go to the ellipsis or the ... right?
It's in the sort of center screen under reactions. And it's in
Oh,
there.
see, I don't have that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that heads up. And just since you mentioned that, I'll mention that when people do participate, we do try to see, introduce yourself, tell us what town you're from, whatever you'd like to share, just so we get into a habit. And Daniel correctly called me out on it last time that people that this board are used to talking to over and over again should also do that as well, so that people who are unfamiliar with the meetings or maybe don't watch as much as we do will know who's talking. All right, so public participation, I don't see any hands up. I'm going to move on to unfinished business. And our first order of business is to address some of the leftover items in FY22 proposed budget. We, just so you know, the landscape, we have a few things we need to address. And our deadline for addressing everything budget related is the end of this month. So we're on a pretty good schedule to do that. This week and next week, we should be hopefully wrapping up any leftover questions. So we have 4 items under A in unfinished business, and they all relate to FY22 proposed budget. The first one being the scope of the annual street paving program. And I think I see Dan Tyler joining us. Hi, Dan.
Hi there.
And he's produced a document. He's going to tell us a little bit about that.
So the last time we looked at the capital paving budget, I provided a document that compared the current funding level with the ask, 350,000 versus 400,000, and broke it down to how much paving would be accomplished and the timing between paving once and then getting around to paving the street again. So we were looking at 25 to 28 years. I believe it was Daniel had asked. So in that prior document, I made note that the recommendation is 15 to 20 years per resurfacing. So Daniel had asked about an 18-year budget level. So I recalculated the levels. using the same formula, and came up with about $516,000 to resurface the roads every 18 years. And also thought it was important to note that the last couple of years we've received some grant funding. Last year, FY20 was almost $42,000. FY21, we're looking at $61,000. These don't come every year. They're often class 2 money from the state to resurface class 2 roads. And it seems like this has been a good run in the past. It's kind of like you get one and then they work through the list, and a few years later you might get another one. So taking that into consideration, it seems like about $500,000 would be the level of funding necessary to get us in that 15 to 20 year range for resurfacing of roads.
Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to note, we had been looking in the prior discussion at both the $350,000 figure and the $400,000 figure in terms of what that would enable the crews to accomplish. And Dan has very well explained the what the additional benefit would be if we went all the way to $500,000. I wanted just to make clear, for setting the table for your discussion about this, that what is currently in the proposed budget is $350,000.
Thank you, Peter. And thank you, Dan. Was that everything, or did we interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No, I think that pretty much sums it up.
I'm gonna invite Daniel to comment.
Yeah, thanks, Dan, for getting that information for us. So the reason why I asked, right, was because you'd identified like an optimal time for roads to be, resurfaced, and our kind of schedule for that, based on how much we were willing to spend on that each year, was putting us outside of that time frame, to the detriment of the road users of Brattleboro. And so I was kind of curious, like, what would it take for us to be on a schedule that's likely to mean that the road users of Brattleboro will have a mostly good experience with their roads? I recognize that this is like, it's a chunk of money. It's also very much what the municipality does, right? Like, we will spend this money, we will reap the rewards of it, and that's what we're here for. When we talked last, it seemed like there was at least, general kind of positive feelings towards investing more in this kind of, work. So yeah, I'm curious to see what other board members think, whether that's a palatable figure. I feel like, Peter, this is a point where you remember when we were talking about the budget and I was trying to figure out how much things relate to things. Now I'm like, oh God, I wish I had sent that around to everybody. Everybody else doesn't know that I worked on this geeky spreadsheet where I identified all budget lines over $100,000 and then how much it meant on your tax rate each year. If so how much your taxes contribute towards, like, say, I don't know, the police chief's salary or something like that. And so I was kind of thinking, like, adding 150,000 in this line, like, what kind of impact would that have on the taxpayer for, say, 100,000?
Is that a question? Is Peter being queried? I
I
want
don't
to
know.
clarify. Are you talking about 150 or?
Well, so we'd already budgeted 350 for it, right?
Correct. I thought we were discussing between 350 and 400.
Okay.
No, I'm just.
So what Dan brought us back, right, was like 500 and change is what would be required to kind of do it on a schedule that would most likely lead to us not leaving it too long to fix up roads, is my understanding.
Yeah, sorry. I saw the amount 400,000, so I thought those were the two numbers you wanted to compare. I'll let Peter speak.
So what you had been looking at back in November was 350, which is proposed, and what 400 would do. How much more work could be accomplished if you did 400? And the question that was posed was, what would it take to get on an 18-year cycle? So 28 years at what's proposed, 25 years at 400. What would it take to get on an 18-year cycle? And Dan has done the research and brought back to us $500,000. So if you decided to go there in a leap, that would be $150,000 additional funding this year. That would be 1.3 pennies on the tax rate. A penny on the tax rate generates about $115,000. So 1.3 cents on the tax rate would be per $100,000 of value in a property, about $13 of additional taxes to fund the additional paving.
Liz.
And how much are the taxes supposed to go up in that same proportion by the budget that's been presented to us?
Let me double check that, make sure I get it right. It's about between 2.5 and 3 is what I recall, but I want to make sure I give you the exact number of the current proposed budget.
So, but if that's the case, then that's another, a full like third of the budget increase or the tax increase.
Yeah, 2.7 cents is what the current budget, if it remains unchanged, would increase the tax rate.
I know that when folks talk to us, they talk to us about roads,
Oh, God, yes.
right? And we know from what Dan has told us that like the schedule that we're on right now does not replace the road surface or, you know, fix up the road surface to the schedule that, you know, we're asking them to last longer than they really can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Brandy?
I want to thank you, Dan, for doing that research, because if nothing else, it brings intention to, you know, whatever decision we make, which means we're either intentionally trying to get on that schedule or we're intentionally saying, yes, you've brought us the facts, but we're not trying to get on that schedule. And I always think it's good that we make decisions with intention.
Oh, Liz, sorry.
I have a question for Peter. Could it be that you recognize the select board's intention to increase this time frame and tell us that, oh, this is a good year or this is a bad year, like within the next couple of years coming up? Would that be something that we could look forward to in getting guidance from you? It's like, oh, this is a great year to add more money for road paving versus out of the blue adding it this year.
So staff respects that the decision you're about to make is a pure policy decision, right? There's a sort of a minimum level of maintenance we have to do to maintain safe roads. And then, you know, we can do better than that to whatever degree you choose to, and optimally would be at 500,000. So somewhere in between 350 and 500 would be the sweet spot if you decide to increase.
I can see those wheels.
Well, my wheels aren't turning. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this gracefully, because it's, I believe, Liz, not the intent of your question. I'm sorry, but it is my straight answer. This year, at 2.7 cents, we're looking at the lowest increase in recent times, other than the year that was where the tax rate actually went down because of the introduction of the 1 cent local option sales tax.
Yeah.
So other than that, we've been averaging around 3.5 cents, and there have been years when we've been between 4 and 5. So a 2.7 year is actually a year when you might seize an opportunity to do something
Well,
like this.
Well, that's perfect, Peter. That answers my question. But it would no longer be a 2.7 year. It would be a 4 year.
That's correct. That's exactly right.
Ian.
I get, Peter, from you, I think you sort of just said this, but what's the increase for the last, like, off the top of your head, couple of years? Back of the napkin.
So I can tell you that what we have brought forward consistently has been I'm speaking to staff. So what we've proposed to the select board in recent years has consistently been around 3 cents, between 3 and 4. There have been years when it was closer to 4. We try to keep it down as close to 3 as possible. There may have been a year there where we were a little under 3 like we are this year. Mm-hmm. The last couple of years, while the select board has been reviewing the proposed budget, different issues have arisen. The community has asked for certain other things, and we've had an unusual era these last few years where the select board has actually increased the staff's proposed budget, and then RTM has increased the select board's proposed budget. In the many years of town history, that the reverse has normally been true. Either it's been, sort of steady as we go with whatever gets proposed gets changed just a little bit and then adopted, or there have been times when, as it moved up through the process, some cuts were made out of a desire to keep the tax rate lower. So in recent times, we've been proposing budgets at around 3 cent increases, and we've been landing in places that have been more like 4 or 5 cent increases, perhaps even a little higher. I know there has been at least one year that was a little higher because of the funding decision related to the additional sidewalk plow.
Yep.
Indeed.
Which we're all happy for. Woo-hoo.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel.
Thanks. I'm looking at the capital project plan for the next 5 fiscal years. And, so that has street pavement and improvements at 350 for fiscal year 22, 370 for 23, 370 again in 24, and then 425 and 26. And so knowing what, Dan has shared with us about the optimal investment in order to have roads that, I don't know the words for this, but like we're asking them to wait longer for repairs than they really can handle. We're putting off that maintenance. And there's nothing in the capital project plan for the next 5 years that suggests that we will get close to that figure that would get us on the right schedule. So the sooner, and Peter also just talked about, previous underinvestment, perhaps. I don't know if it was in that particular line, but budgets were cut. And so we're behind already. We could choose to, to kind of take a bit of a leap this year, and it would be a leap, I understand that. And that would get us, closer to being on a good schedule. Future select boards, can take a look at that and decide what they want to do with it. But, I want to give the public works team the best shot at being able to maintain the roads to the standard that I'm sure that they want to maintain them at. I'm sure that they would rather not see them left in a rotten state in some parts of town.
Thanks, Daniel. Anybody else have a comment?
I'm inclined to agree with Daniel. And I also remember, I think, Tim, it was when you and I came on the board where there was a lot of conversation about, if maybe John Allen used to also say this, we chose not to do this year or that year, and now we're playing catch up. And I think a lot of that was around vehicles like fire trucks and expensive vehicles. And previous boards had chosen, kind of not to deal with it. And then by the time we dealt with it, there was like trucks that couldn't be inspectable or didn't have they weren't great. And so if we're headed down that same path with roads, I'd be inclined to not kick this down the road to a future select board that who knows what could go on between now and some other time where we have, major repairs that could affect the tax rate. We don't have that right now, and here we are, 2 weeks out from approving the budget. Then maybe this is the time. I'd like to think, knock on wood, that any major surprises have already taken place that might impact our budget by hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Ian. Thanks.
So,
Chris.
yeah, thank you, Tim. So I guess my understanding doing my first budget season has been a lot of these capital investments, as Daniel was sort of talking about earlier, have these tiered plans as we move forward with longevity in mind. And I've been really impressed by that, and with our vehicle replacements, and we are thinking towards the future to save us money down the road. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering whether, Daniel, while I understand where you're coming from, is there a way that we can implement this in a more long view than a bunch right now? It just seems like we have that capacity, and Peter and town staff have done such great work on this in all these other areas. And maybe this is a question more towards Peter. Yeah.
So, what you've spoken to about the benefits of long-term planning is spot on. And I would say, I think we've made great strides in recent years in that regard. Staff has been committed to that. It's also been true that select boards have embraced it. And together we've taken recommendations through to town meeting, and town meeting has said, yes, this is important. We like what we're seeing in this, and has supported things like committing to the 25-year equipment replacement program, and how that commitment of additional cash to that effort in real time now is putting us in a position where we've already started to see the dividends it pays in terms of trade-in values, keeping vehicles on the road so we don't wear them out to where they can't be inspected, as Brandy mentioned. So there's an operations benefit to that and a financial benefit to it. It can take some time to get there. It certainly takes commitment to get there, to establish those practices. The question before you right now in this moment is a micro piece of that macro. The macro of committing enough money to capital that we're actually maintaining our capital equipment and infrastructure in good enough condition that it's all serving its purpose well, and we're spending less money on repairs and downtime, is the macro principle that's involved. I think we're all committed to that. We've talked a fair amount in this setting about how that's a harder nut to crack related to our infrastructure than it is related to the vehicles. That it because of the cost of any one particular vehicle, other than when we're talking about fire trucks, you can get on that kind of a program and stick to it with vehicles more readily than doing that with infrastructure. And having said all of that, we've also made some progress in recent years on infrastructure, but I've told you every year, and together we've told town meeting every year, we're going to need to go further. We're spending about $1 million a year of cash on capital, and need to be spending something more like about $1.5 million. And we've talked about trying to get, sort of close that $500,000 gap over the next several years. In the meantime, we use the available fund balance as a way to stretch our capital dollars each year. With all that as macro, the micro question before you tonight is a pure policy question of where your collective sensibility is of addressing this roads issue now, knowing what you know about what $350,000 buys, and that 500 is the figure. You asked us when you were looking at 350 to 400, how much would it take to get onto the schedule that is sort of the best practice optimum schedule? And honestly, we didn't know, we needed to go, and Public Works needed to go and do the analysis on that. It might have been $700,000 or some other figure. If we'd been lucky, maybe it would have been 450. It came back. The real work on this is saying for $500,000, we could go from where we are today onto that schedule that we believe is the optimum schedule. Whether you go there together or whether you leave it at 350 or whether you go to someplace in between is really just purely a policy question for FY22.
I'll make a comment after you.
No, go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I really appreciate this push and this effort, because if nothing else, it gets us thinking about, what is that balance between the macro and the micro and the long-term goals versus taking the occasional leap when you can. I'm not on board with a $150,000 leap from our staff recommendation from Public Works. It's the 2.7%, I'm sorry, 2.7 cents increase. Peter's nodding. I was looking at as a nice break for our tax-paying public, and not necessarily something that we should make sure we meet, prior years, the last few prior years being closer to 4. A 1.3 cent leap is a big one. And I think that we can honor the spirit of what you're trying to do with us, for us. You'd have my vote on a $50,000 increase, but not on a $150,000 increase. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go.
Yeah. Let's do it.
But I'm not going to make that motion.
Yeah. So looking at the capital projects plan, we don't get to that optimal level of funding at any time in the next 5 years, right? So if we don't make some kind of jump now, and then as Ian was talking about, make some incremental, changes to it over the next few years, then we'll never get there probably. So I'd be happy to make a motion for $400,000 for whatever the line is called. I totally lost it, but you know what we're talking about, street paving. Seems like there would be some support in the room for 400,000.
Yeah.
In the Zoom room.
Yeah.
Is that a motion?
Well,
I didn't know because my dog's chewing the bowl.
I honestly sort of forgot that we had this agenda. I was so focused on some of the other things that I didn't have the motion lined up. Let's see if we can
That's fine.
one out of thin air.
Peter could always help out, I bet.
Yeah. I guess it would be, I move to propose. All right. Propose
Mary?
spending $400,000 on the capital paving project for fiscal year 22.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Peter's nodding, so that seems good.
Yeah, I kind of missed some of that. I think Liz was having some audio issues, maybe.
Mm.
You're not going to make me say it again. Ian was probably listening very intently, being the clerk of the board now.
So let me make sure I got it right. You made a motion to increase the capital paving budget to 400,000, essentially. Okay. That motion has been made. However, I do see a hand in the air. Would the board be all right with me taking that comment?
Can we have further discussion with it? Yeah, we can. Sure.
Yeah, break from our normal, but we'll get right back to it. Far, would you like to make a comment on the capital paving budget?
Yeah, thanks, Farm East District 3. I just wanted to point out that there is a certain, mobility justice aspect to this. It can be annoying and frustrating if you're a driver on some of these crappy roads, and even potentially costly if you damage your car, and certainly costly to town vehicles as well. But also further down the transportation hierarchy, when you have cyclists, pedestrians, people in wheelchairs, it's actually physically dangerous to have some of these dangerous and rotten roads, as Daniel put it. So yeah, and as we're thinking about community safety further on in the agenda, it's worthwhile to think about this also as a community safety thing. Community safety manifests in so many different ways, and I think this is one. So I applaud you for thinking about raising this budget and getting our roads in better shape and a safer place for people who are more vulnerable in our community.
Great. Thanks, Far. Okay, Daniel's motion still stands to increase the capital paving budget line item from 350,000 to 400,000 for fiscal year 22. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And that's 5-0.
Good job, Daniel.
Thank you.
All right, gotta love budget
Dan.
season.
Budget season. The next item is the question of whether to, I think the question would be to specify an amount of annual select board stipend. And I'd rather not speak to this because I don't want to betray anybody's personal feelings. Just to frame it a little bit, I guess I think going forward, the article always says, what shall the town pay the select board officers?
Mhm.
Does anybody want to take the ball and run with this? Anybody on the board?
I mean, there was a letter sent to us that's in the back of. I guess I'm kind of wondering if any of the authors of that letter are in the meeting and would be interested in speaking to it.
Hmm.
But that's,
Yep, and they're certainly
Peter,
invited to raise
Maybe
their
Peter
hand.
would like to discuss it.
Oh, I bet he wouldn't. But
I could frame it if you'd like.
Thank you, Peter.
frame it quickly.
I will frame it quickly. So this is something that gets discussed at representative town meeting every year, and it gets discussed there primarily as a matter of opening up the opportunity to provide service on the select board to a wider group of people, because there are some people who may not be able to provide this service based on having to work multiple jobs or their family situation, or they'd have to provide childcare or other kinds of circumstances where the current stipends for the select board are an impediment for some people. And so as a matter of equity, to make sure that as many people as possible have the opportunity to serve, there have been annual discussions of this topic. The decision at representative town meeting consistently, at least over the last 6 years, has been, after robust consideration of this, to leave the compensation at the same level as it has been for the last decade or so, $3,000 a year for the members and $5,000 a year for the chair. So that's what's in the budget again this year, $17,000 total in that line item. And we did indeed receive a letter a few weeks back from several members of the community who are asking that you give some additional consideration to this at the select board level in preparation for when this goes to representative town meeting. I think we should all expect that this will indeed get consideration again, substantive consideration, not just momentary consideration at representative town meeting. I do know from some questions that have been asked of me recently that the finance committee of representative town meeting intends to take a look at this and make some, include some reference to it in the recommendations that they'll be making to representative town meeting. So the question before you is whether, as a board, you choose to address this in some manner other than forwarding the funding that would be sufficient to maintain the current level, knowing that it will get consideration up at representative town meeting, or whether you'd like to address that now in your budget for, also for that to be what gets considered as the baseline at town meeting.
Yeah, Daniel, thank you.
I'll bite. I think what they wanted us to do was to create some space for discussing it in a way. I felt like at town meeting this year, people felt like they were kind of, I don't know, corralled motionwards, and there were two motions, and it ended up, some people didn't really feel like they got a fair crack at it. And so we can have at least a discussion about the pros and cons of this in a way that is not likely to, town meeting needs to decide it anyway. I wouldn't propose sending a different figure, but I'm kind of curious about some of the other pieces of it around, like, with the Community Safety Review Committee, we made it an explicit practice to ask them, it was a stipend of up to X amount. How much of this do you want? With an option being 0, that could be an option for us. I don't know how that happens, whether that's something the town meeting needs to vote on, or whether that's just, some internal kind of thing. And then whether that actually changes the equity piece of it, right? So if Tim decides he doesn't want the $5,000 before tax, and says, I don't want that, that then leaves 5,000 floating around. Can that be reapportioned to somebody that needs more? Somebody who has childcare expenses, or somebody who just needs more money to get by on. That wouldn't change the total amount the town meeting approves, but it would sort of redistribute wealth. Imagine a place like that in a select board meeting.
No pressure, Tim.
Yeah.
So, I would take the money, right? I need the money. I'm not so wealthy. It's a lot of work. It's paid for some very small things in my life that, I didn't have the money to pay for using some other things. But I wonder, I think that the stipend is only one piece of the kind of increase in access to becoming a select board member. I don't think that if we were to raise the stipend from 3,000 to say 6,000, doubling it, which seems unlikely. I don't think that would then all of a sudden mean we have an influx of people wanting to be on the select board. I think that there are other pieces of this that mean that it's only accessible to a certain few. There's time, there's the timing of meetings. There's who feels that they can have access to power, who feels that they can stick their name on a ballot and expect to get something out of it. I don't know. That leads to a certain kind of person. Anyway, I don't know. So yeah, I just wanted to at least create a little bit of space, and look, now we've got some hands.
Indeed. First, I'll take Liz's hand.
So just getting back to one facet of what Daniel was talking about who feels comfortable running for office. I would say generally that people who feel comfortable have been on other commitments to the town, other boards, other places where they can understand town government and participate. And the other aspect of it is that there's so many town committees where people provide public service, and this is a volunteer activity. So the more you raise the select board stipend, the more you diverge from that volunteerism. And, certainly it's for town meeting to decide. And I would wait until that conversation was held at town meeting.
Brandy.
I agree that I don't really feel tonight that I'm inclined to send forth, you know, a number that for me would be sort of arbitrary because I don't really know. But I agree with Daniel in the sense that there's a whole package to be looked at, and I'm interested to hear the conversation at town meeting. And I think even just since I've been on the board, and Tim, you can agree or not agree, but I think the hours of the meetings and the topics of the meetings and the complexity of some of the issues that have come up, they kind of started ramping up. I think when you and I first got on the board, you know, there was the panel, you know, when we were being interviewed, and I think it's gone boom from there. Oh yeah, Daniel, you know that too. And so there is something to be said, like there has been a change. We'd be lying if we said there was no workload change or no emotional labor change. And to me, that always warrants another conversation about pay. And it doesn't, and I don't mean like, you know, pay as in it's a paid full-time position, but I think it's fair to when things change, it's fair to see if anything else needs to change with it. How's that?
Thank you, Brandy. Ian.
I just, I think I want to just second what Peter said. Always second what Peter says, right? It sounds like the Finance Committee, RTM's committee, is taking a look at this. And I've looked at some of the past work that they've done on this question because it's something that's come up years after year, and it's good. It needs to be updated. The material and the data needs to be updated, but some of the past work that Finance Committee has done looking at this question, if it is updated, could be really helpful for the RTM to have a informed discussion about this. So I'm really encouraged to hear that they are picking this up, and I think that it should be a really robust discussion at RTM this year.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for bringing up the history, because there was some good work done. I can't remember if it was
2017, I think.
I was still a rep.
Thank you. Okay, if it's okay with the board, I'm just going to go to a couple of hands that are raised. First is Kurt Dimes. Even though your name is listed, just introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. If you're a town meeting rep, tell us your district. I don't know. Favorite color.
Better have your parrot with you.
There he is.
Oh, he does.
Oh, yay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kurt Dimes from District 2. I'm a town rep, director of Brattleboro Common Sense. I would just like to make a couple of notes with respect to Peter. All due respect, I think he has the history wrong. I'm the rep that consistently proposes the increase of the select board stipend to a modest part-time job level. And since I've been doing that, it has gone up a few times. So it's going up a little bit, but never by a huge amount that I suggest, like $10,000 or $15,000 at a time. Then I also want to note that it's might be giving the wrong impression for the board to debate this question now, because it is a specific assigned duty of representative town meeting to set the levels. That's I think that's important to not, to not mess up that idea that that the representative town meeting is supposed to be doing that. I do it, and other people agree with me that part of the reason, not just to make the position more egalitarian, but because the job of select board has been becoming a bigger and bigger job. And that's because of a change in our population, and because Brattleboro Common Sense has, just to open my mouth a little bit too soon, we've done our part to make it a bigger job, to make it harder, but not just with that explicit purpose. There's so much to do, and it is a bigger job, and let's be sure that the representative town meeting addresses this as its sole purview. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Next up, Alex. Welcome. Hi.
Great. Hi.
Hi.
Happy Tuesday night. Just wanted to comment on this, trying to be brief because this is going to be a long night. So hello for the first but not last time of this long evening. I think just noting about the select board pay, I love what Daniel's saying about trying something new, adding in some potential, just trying a different thing, and really thinking about what did just happen with the community safety review board or committee, and having a different structure around pay, not only who was able to be on that committee, but the breadth and amount of work that came out of that because of who was on that committee. So we're not just talking about specifically, we can have more folks that are single parents on the committee, but we can have more folks with different experiences, understandings, and brilliance that they can bring into the work of being on select board. So I just want to really, what we're talking about when we sort of shorthand things into the who is actually experiences and a diversity of brilliance. Everyone is brilliant in their own life and in their own ways. And how do we have lots of different types of brilliance coming in? And then it doesn't sound like we're going to really propose anything tonight, or y'all are going to propose anything tonight. But I think also just as a town meeting rep, noting that for change to happen at town meeting is fairly unlikely to actually have consensus around a new number from town meeting reps. Seems a lot harder than a new number coming from the select board that town meeting reps support. So just throwing that perspective in. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, I'll take one more hand. That's Lana. Welcome.
Hi. I wanted to speak to this issue as well. And this is directly to some of the comments that I'm hearing from Liz and from you, Tim. It reminds me very much of what we talked about last week, which was letting people, I think Liz, you brought this up, decide which charity they want to give money to and where those funds are going to go. And those are inherently privileged positions that we're talking about. When you limit the resources, you are putting barriers in front of people of color, people in this community who are not able to access things like the select board simply because, so say, speaking for myself, I work in a small nonprofit and I'm making barely enough and I'm a single mom. So how would I then volunteer more of my time? You know, my job is already, and so many people of color in this community are already limited in their resources with time. And if you want to make your select board diverse, and I understand that this isn't something you guys can really decide right now, but I really want everyone to be thinking about removing barriers for people. Stop creating obstacles for people to join in. And then it's not something that everyone can volunteer and just willy-nilly give their time to, because not everyone has that privilege. That is a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Far, your second time up to bat already. Welcome. And then we'll probably move on. Oh, it's not far.
That's not far.
Please introduce yourself.
Surprise! Sorry.
Tag teaming.
There's computers happening, and this is the one that's still on. Hi, Sonia Silbert, District 3. I'm really glad that you all decided to talk about this again, and I'm disappointed that you kind of brought it up in a way that's like, well, we're probably not going to do anything about it. The Finance Committee will, or RTM will. As Alex Fisher was saying, it's really hard to have a real conversation at RTM, and I think it's much more likely that if you all came up with a different number and structure, then we could actually talk about something real and debate its pros and cons, as opposed to having to start from scratch at RTM, which is just not Robert's rules, and the number of people make it just, it is not a space where you can have back and forth and being like, oh, well, that doesn't quite work, so let's tweak it. And I understand that it's hard for you all to talk about something that impacts most of y'all in a financial way. And there's something that's very awkward and embarrassing about talking about how much people get paid in a capitalistic society. And like, there's no one else to do this. I mean, I'm really grateful that the finance committee is going to do something, but I really think there's a responsibility of the 5 of you to come up with something that will works for this city and it's for this town. And it's not about you, it's about who do we want leading this town. And I feel like just saying, oh, we'll just leave it to RTM. Yes, RTM has the final say, but I think that you should be presenting something for us to discuss there. And I think not doing it is, I'm really disappointed by this. Like, well, we're just not going to do it. I think not doing it, it feels like what's the word, derelict, abdication of duty or something like that. You know, it's like, this is your responsibility and you can really have a legacy on who is able to access these positions of power in this town. And I'm really disappointed by this kind of understanding of like, oh, well, this is just how things go. As a number of folks have said, things have changed. Things are going to change. 2021 seems about as chaotic as 2020, if not nuttier. So like, I think there's going to continue to be this amount of movement, and our town is changing in a really rapid way. I think COVID is going to make it even more so. And like, this is a serious barrier for accessibility. And there's lots of ways that this structure is inaccessible, but I've talked to a number of people who have said, I cannot run for select board because I cannot volunteer that many hours. Period. Like that's the reality, and not doing anything about it is I think it is making as large a statement as if you would put together a different proposal to send to RTM. Thanks.
Thanks, Sonia. I didn't make my normal announcement of a 3-minute request, and you were just under it, so thank you for doing that. I will make that announcement now. If you could just keep comments to under 3 minutes, that would be lovely. And whose hand was just up and then just switched boxes? Daniel.
Oh, thanks. Unfortunately, my audio cut out while Sonia was speaking, so I didn't hear all of it, but I did hear her feelings that, like, you know, we have been derelict in not discussing this. But I think that there's some challenges with this, right? Like, what we can send as a line item is just a number, right? But the number is not the whole stuff. Well, I already know what the response to this is. Yes, the number is not the whole story, but it's part of the story, so we could do something there. I would like to invite town meeting to consider alternative structures as well. Like, you know, I don't know if that's even possible for them to do. Like, can they direct the town to like have a process where there's a large pot of money, or a probably not so large pot of money, and then the 5 of us figure out who needs it in what proportions? Can they do that, or is that not possible at that time?
Wow.
I guess I'm asking Peter.
That's a Bob Fisher question that we can certainly. Okay. We'll be working on the warning tomorrow, and you'll be looking at it next Tuesday night, and we can speak more definitively to this then.
Okay.
So we really only have tonight to change the wording, because we'll be looking at it again next week.
No. You'll see, you've got certain questions before you tonight. And then next week, you'll have the entire warning in front of you that will include the things you're talking about tonight and everything else. And that'll be a draft warning for you to tell us what you want modified. And we'll bring you the final warning on the 26th for you to approve.
So we could say, wow, in light of both sides of information, I need to think, and it would be okay to do that thinking between now and Tuesday. It wouldn't mess anything up. Is that true?
I would say that's true.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understood about not messing something up. Could you say it again?
Yeah, sorry. I was kind of speaking stream of consciousness. So if we decided, one of us or a few of us decided we want to think about this more because we've heard different points of view, waiting till next week and coming back and saying, I've thought about this more, is fine and doesn't disrupt anything.
Sure. You'll be, if possible, making final decisions on the budget and preliminary decisions on the warning next week.
Okay.
Indeed. Okay, I'm going to go to Millicent, and I'm sort of on the fence because Kurt has already spoken to this, made his position pretty clear. But Millicent, would you like to join us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thanks. I've been hearing the question of inclusion, mostly emphasizing, like giving people who are not on the select board more of an opportunity, which I totally agree with. I think there's also an issue of opening up accessibility. The issue of opening up accessibility for a broader range of people is an issue for the entire town. It's like more talent for the town. That's one thing. And the other is to the Daniel Quip's point about a whole package of things that are involved. So it seems like most of the people, if I understand it correctly, most of the people who are on the select board usually have experience on committees and or on RTM before they get there. That's where you learn about the town. And so I'm wondering, if the town, if the committees were more diverse, and if the RTM was more diverse, and there was a lot more people who wanted to get into both of those things, and it was even like competitive to get into those things, that in a few years we'd find ourselves with a more diverse select board. It would naturally happen. I could imagine a host of things that could happen to attract people to do that. I've been here for 2 years, and I would, as a newcomer to town, I would never have occurred to me to get involved in committees. I'm on the energy committee, I'm on the finance committee. My husband happens to be, so I learned to do it. But a person coming to town, I don't really see, it's not easy to see how somebody would even know, anybody would even know how to get involved or why it might be inspiring or fulfilling, because it's actually enriched me a lot to have this participation. I mean, I've gotten personally a lot out of it. And I don't see a lot of messages helping out there, whatever it's articles or profiles of what goes on in these communities. I'm not exactly sure, but there's not a lot of messages out there that show that it is something that's enriching, unless you already know somebody who's doing it. And so I just want to suggest that as one avenue for thinking about how to make future select boards more diverse, is doing it at the RTM and committees level.
Thanks, Melissa. Okay, I'd really like to move on after Kurt gets 20 seconds of the last word. I just have a feeling that maybe he just needs to clarify something. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. Kurt.
Yes, exactly right. I just wanted to defend the board. It is explicitly, legally, and literally the responsibility of the RTM to do this. The board is not derelict of duty in letting the RTM do it. It's in the charter. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kurt.
I just want to tack on one tiny little thing to what Millicent was saying, if I may.
Sure. It
just reminded me of the conversation we had around the website, and when we were talking about like Ian's idea of and maybe the name Ian is sort of information officer kind of thing, but like we sort of talked about information and engagement, right? And that kind of engagement piece, you know, I know how I came to be on the board. You know, it wasn't like I arrived in town and wasn't aware that politics existed. I mean, like, you know, you come from someplace and you know that like things happen, and this is one arena to like make things happen or to try and make things happen. And so I think that like many of the people that I see in the list of participants tonight arrived in, you know, municipal politics in that way, but there's always more to be done around increasing engagement, always more to be done around, you know, improving accessibility. And I hope that when we get back to that website conversation, we can kind of revisit the information and engagement piece.
Thanks, Daniel and Peter.
Thank you. I just want to add one fact for folks to be able to put in the mix as you consider this matter, since it's clear that there'll be some additional consideration to this next week. We've double checked, and 2012 was the last time that the compensation for the select board members was increased. So it's been 9 years. In addition to the philosophical parts of this conversation, there's the practical question of the fact that, over 9 years of inflation, the number has remained the same. So.
Thank you. Okay, well, it sounds like this will come back for at least a brief reconsideration next week. Is that okay, Brandy?
Yeah, that's great. That gives me time to process.
Absolutely. And next up is the amount of annual funding for BCTV. Peter, do you know if CORE is with us?
I don't know. I don't see CORE in the meeting, but I can speak to this. There's a letter in your backup from CORE, and it's a very straightforward request. Until a couple of years ago, when the funding through the, I don't know exactly what the right terminology is, but the cable franchise, there hasn't been a local cable franchise in decades because of changes in the federal law, but there was an obligation that cable companies had to provide a certain amount of funding for community access television. And that law changed during these last few years. And it put organizations like BCTV in a very tough position. And so I believe it was 2 years ago for the first time, it might've been 3 years ago, municipalities were asked to actually provide funding to BCTV. Brattleboro's portion of that for the BCTV area was reduced based on the fact that we provide very low rent for the facilities that BCTV uses here at the municipal center. And so the level of the town's contribution was set at $5,000. I don't know exactly what the neighboring communities provide, but I know that there was consideration given in the identification of Brattleboro's number based on the fact that we provide the facility space. It's remained the same since it was created, but due to increases in operating costs, especially COVID related issues, related costs that the BCTV has borne, they've made a request that the annual funding be increased. They're asking all of the communities they serve to increase, and they're asking Brattleboro's number to go from 5,000 to 7,000. This would obviously have next to no impact at all on taxes if you choose to make this change in the town's budget.
Thanks for that summary, Peter. Yeah, I mean, the letter's pretty straightforward. The one thing Peter didn't mention is that there was, when they're searching around for how towns could contribute to the funding, because it didn't used to be the case, they were setting a rate of 85 cents per resident. So as Peter pointed out, gets us to about 10,000, but we were discounted because of their rental or lack thereof. Is it like $1 rental, or is it?
No, actually there is rent paid in this particular arrangement. I don't know the exact amount. It is far, far, far below market rent.
Yeah, but needless to say, it's properly calculated. So this is essentially asking for us to subsidize the real work that is done for coverage of meetings. And anybody who watches BCTV knows that the coverage of the meetings is an important aspect of accessibility and fairness and just part of our democracy, especially as we move into election season. It's top of mind. Liz.
I just can't say enough about how great the work of BCTV is, and it is essential to our local democracy. And it's just a no-brainer. Let's have a vote.
Great.
Okay. Ian, do you have any comment? Or?
No, I was just looking at how to make the motion.
Oh, it's in your administrative report. Should be, I think. No?
It's all
No, it's actually right. So the motion would be to increase the funding for BCTV from 5,000 to 7,000.
I move to increase the funding for BCTV from 5,000 to 7,000.
Nicely done.
Thank you, Ian. You nailed it. Ian has moved to increase the funding of BCTV, the town's contribution, from $5,000 to $7,000. All those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
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 Thanks,
Okay.
BCTV.
Thank you.
I'm sorry the
And-
meetings have been so long, BCTV.
Thank you.
I noted it in the letter.
Yeah.
Next up, we have our last question of Group A for our unfinished business, which all has to do with FY22 proposed budget, is the amount of annual funding for human services. Again, I don't really want to be the one to cue this up, but, oh, Ian, you going to save me?
I will save you. So I asked for some more time on this specifically, and I want to just, for a very brief moment, thank the board for granting that time. I think we are dealing with lots of really important issues, and when a board member feels like they need a little bit of an opportunity to look back on things, that we should be generous with that. And so I really appreciate being given a little bit more time. And I think I'll just, to save time, because we discussed this issue at length last meeting, I believe that we should vote in favor of what the Human Services Committee proposed. So that would be $276,400 for the human services budget. I think on the whole, this is a representative town meeting committee that worked in good faith and did their due diligence in looking at each of the agencies and what they were requesting. And then they made a proposed budget and presented it to the board. And I think that while I hear what some of my fellow board members spoke to last meeting, and some of the public participation also spoke to last meeting, I believe the venue for that discussion is representative town meeting. And so I look forward to hearing the discussion about, the purpose of municipal government and how much we should be investing in these organizations at RTM. But besides that, I'm ready to vote.
Thanks, Ian. I will just thank you for those comments and say that I absolutely agree that this is an RTM issue. I feel for the strange position that a couple of decisions at RTM last year put the committee in a strange position. And it is absolutely no reflection on the worthiness of these organizations. I believe we should be putting forward the same amount as last year because of a couple of problems I have with the process. So I'll be voting no on this, but I don't think that will stop it from going through. I do believe we should just have returned from the original funding because of a strange issue, but I will bring that up at RTM, and then we can have a more full, proper discussion as is more fair, I think, as Ian points out. Daniel?
Sort of speaking to, I guess, what you were alluding to there around like RTM's, geez, my words escape me tonight. Anyway, what I would like us to talk about having on the draft warning for next week, the draft RTM warning next week, is an article that seeks a decision from the meeting members about a percentage target for the human services budget.
So if I understand you correctly, you're advocating that we suggest to RTM that they shoot for a percentage target? Within
I guess the
warrant
question would be like, what percentage of the town's budget should go towards human services? Actually, you can't ask that question. That's
No, well, isn't it like the select board
maybe
question?
Bob and Peter will figure that bit out. But you know what I'm talking about
Do you mean for this year or next year?
for this year.
So that you would want to change what the human service.
Oh, no. I'm with Ian. I think we send forward the committee's recommendation, and then so that in the next year's budget, they understand how much there is to work with, or at least what percentage of the budget there is to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could provide a lot more clarity
Mm-hmm.
for this committee moving forward as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose the question would be something like, like whether it ought to be 2%, and then in the meeting they would figure out whether 2% was the right number or a different number. But I will trust Peter and Bob to figure that out. You know what it is in speaking to.
Or whether it should be 1%.
Right, and that's up for the meeting.
Peter has a question, which I think I can anticipate maybe, but.
Actually, just an observation. If you are inclined to move forward and put this question before RTM, I think we are inclined, we at staff level would be inclined to word it in a way that it's one of those what shall the town,
I see,
allocate to this, so that there's an opportunity for that to be, we wouldn't presume to put the 1% in or the 2% in, but let it be something that flows out of the discussion as it has at town meeting, but where in this case, if I understand the proposal from Daniel, it would be in this case meant to be binding rather than coming up at the end of the meeting and being non-binding.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
That's too willy-nilly.
Just a question though, shouldn't this be 2 actions essentially?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Your action on this should be one related to the FY22 budget and separate related to Daniel's idea about the warning.
So that needs to happen next meeting because that was not warned for tonight.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Unless there's objection, we could just make sure that the draft warning has such an item in it, and you can decide next week whether to keep it there.
I like it.
That's suitable. Okay.
All right.
All right. Got a motion?
I just made the last one, so.
Oh, good. Close it because I thought you were going to make it.
I know that all right was kind of a motion, all right, but I'll let somebody.
Shoot.
You want the number?
To help?
Yeah, I need the number.
You don't have a motion pre-printed on this one. I'm sorry. It would be to incorporate into the select board's recommended budget the amount of funding recommended by the Human Services Review Committee, which is a total of $276,400. I think it's important that the motion reference the Human Services Review Committee, though, because what we as staff will do is take each of the individual line items in the recommendation from the committee and modify the line items in the proposed budget.
Okay. I'm going to give this a whirl. I move to incorporate into the FY22 budget the Human Services Review Committee's recommendation to the board of an increase to $276,400. Is that good?
Dollars.
Okay.
Not pesos, dollars.
Dollars. Well, it's not
Thank you, Brandy. I will paraphrase, sorry. Brandy has made a motion to incorporate into the FY22 budget the recommended amount of $276,000, oh my gosh, $276,400 going forward to RTM as the human services budget for FY21. I think I was repetitive there. Is that good enough for everyone?
Yep.
Yes.
All those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
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 That's 4 ayes and 1 nay. So that's 4-1, and that passes going forward to RTM. Thank you. And we have gotten through our A in unfinished business. We are, I think, far enough away from a break time. I'll just go on my own feelings that we should dive in right away and maybe take a break soon. We are now moving into examination of our community safety review process. This involves, this is going to be, last week we all agreed that this night would be devoted to some questions and some comments from board members directed to our facilitators, Shay and Emily, and then also questions, comments directed to committee members. And I think the first part of this, at least, I would invite Shay and Emily to come up to our table with us our virtual table. And invite, because we have a problem with not having too many boxes, just invite everybody who is serving on a committee, I guess, technically, to raise their hand if they would like to be included, and we'll see what we can do with boxes. However, committee members will have priority, I think, at least for this first hour or so, if it pleases the board, to be able to raise a hand and jump in pretty quickly. That way we can hear comments on particular subject matters. How does that sound to the board?
Fine.
Hi, Emily.
Hey there. I'll just let y'all know that Shay is here on the phone.
Oh, okay.
So she will not be in a box.
Okay. Well, that might serve us.
Freeze up the box. Yeah.
Great. I do see Lana has raised a hand.
Mm-hmm.
So there's certainly room for Lana. Peter, well, we'll see what happens. We'll bring Lana in, and Shay will be able to hear us if all goes well, and speak as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess as we direct questions to Shay and Emily at first, Lana, if you could just stay on mute, just to not treat you any differently from other committee members. And
yeah, there are other committee members here.
I was prepared enough to actually have a list of committee members, which was something I should have done last time.
Okay, and Laura Stamus is joining. I think she had a little computer snafu, it sounds like.
Great. Well, Malika is also have a hand up. Let me just.
It's possible that's Shay.
I'm sorry?
It's possible.
Yeah, hey.
Shay, is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Shay you can hear us, Shay?
I can.
Wonderful. Okay. So for now, we're set with our boxes, I think. I'm gonna lower Lana's hand just so I'm not confused every time I glance over there. No problem. All right, so this is continued discussion, and especially as we said last time, the opportunity for board members to jump in with some questions about the report or questions to the committee. And I'm going to just open it up to board members. Daniel.
I just want to float this because I actually would rather make a statement to get things kind of kicked off about the report. I feel like I want to kind of tell the community how I think and feel about this report, and then maybe that will take us in some direction. But you know, that is at your pleasure. I don't want to force everybody to feel like they have to do the same thing, but I don't have like, I don't know. clarifying questions or anything right now. I've read it. We listened to the report, presentation last week. Like, I feel like I understand it pretty well. I'd like the folks to know where I stand.
Absolutely. I probably should have couched it a little differently. I think that's absolutely fine. I was going to invite board members to speak first. And then Emily and Shay are both here to answer questions if needed. Brandy?
Daniel, I'm struggling a little bit to hear you in this meeting, and I don't know if there's anything you can do or if it's on my end, but I just wanted to put that out there because I really had to lean forward on that one.
Yeah. You're a little quiet to me,
Okay.
but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go old school.
Old school.
And I think Laura Stamis, who's a committee member, has her hand up.
Wait.
Have an extra box she'd like to join.
Okay, I'm raising all my levels too, Daniel, just in case.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Worse, actually. Much worse.
No, come on.
That's worse.
Daniel.
Yeah, that's worse.
Yeah.
Oh, that's worse. Yeah.
And what about this?
That's
Oh, good.
Better.
There we go.
Yes.
Always choose built-in output then. That is the lesson there.
So, Liz, let me
Well,
just go ahead.
I agree with Daniel, and I have a statement. I think the community would benefit from knowing what our reactions are. But I do have one qualifying question that I'd like to ask before we start in.
Well, before you do that, just to be fair, Laura has her hand up. I just want to, because we've made room in the Hollywood Squares in case you have your hand up because you'd like to join, or you might have a comment. I'm not sure. Laura, you'd like to be up on the, in the limelight? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, Peter, for sort of dropping out there quietly just to make room. And Liz should go, and then Daniel wanted to speak, make a statement.
Great, thank you. So my question is more of a scientific question, perhaps.
Wait,
And
I'm sorry, Liz.
Did you hear me?
In a fair manner. Is it a question for the? Yep.
Yeah, it's a question
for our facilitators about.
Yes, it's a question for whichever facilitator would choose to answer, and it's a.
Well, can I just ask Daniel if that's okay with Daniel, because he really did say that he'd like to make a statement. So I'm just trying to be fair on the order of hand raising among the board members. So it's up to Daniel.
Well, I can wait then. Never mind. Daniel, you go.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Tim. So let me just pull up my document. Here we go. Okay. So first of all, I wanted to start off by thanking everyone, and I do mean everyone that was involved in this work. Firstly, I want to thank the committee members and the facilitators. You know, they met weekly, sometimes more than once a week, I think, over a long period of time. And I really appreciate all the work that went into that. I also really want to thank all of the people who shared their experiences during the listening sessions. A great deal of this work focused on, you know, listening in the community. And I want to especially thank those who shared experiences of harm. I hope that as we do our work on this report and consider it and its recommendations, that we can keep their voices at the front of our mind. I want to thank the town staff, in particular the town manager's office, who worked with the committee and the facilitators and the police leadership as well. And I also want to thank my fellow board members for helping this work come into being, and your willingness to take the report seriously. I want to start by acknowledging the harm experienced by people in Brattleboro who contributed their stories to the listening sessions, and also to those who did not share their stories, but have nonetheless experienced harm in our town. On page 42 of the report, the authors relay some information about threats to safety that Black people in Brattleboro have experienced. And I would just like to bring that information in here real quick. It's going to take me a minute. So quoting from the report on page 42, it says, Among Black residents, the overwhelming majority of respondents named systemic racism and white supremacy as the biggest threat to safety, in addition to police and policing. Other themes that arose as strong throughout the listening to Black respondents about threats were racism in the Brattleboro Selectboard and local government, classism, anti-poor policies. Black people shared many detailed instances of racist violence and injustice experienced in Brattleboro, often with no accountability or repair, even after significant efforts were made. The unwillingness of local government and social services to acknowledge or end racist harm was also noted by many Black community members. Lack of adequate supports for people in struggle and an inability to call for help, which was often explicitly connected to racism in the police force, mental health institutions, social services, or child protection, were also named by many Black residents. They shared, this is with regards youth, youth shared about being harassed by downtown businesses, followed in stores, accused of stealing, and negative interactions with community support systems. Black parents shared about needing to teach their children to guard against racist violence, hate speech, and attention from police. A lack of freedom of movement was present in responses from Black community members, whether due to threats of racist, interpersonal, or state violence. And I will just take one more minute. I know I've gone on a bit. I really want to encourage everyone in the community to read this report. You don't have to read every single page. You can dip into sections in Appendix I. There are direct quotes from people that participated in the listening sessions, and they were very impactful for me. One that is useful for us here, I think, is all of these are anonymous, so I don't know who said this, but it was a Black respondent, and they said, there's a real big line between problems a white person has and problems a Black person has. And then you have white people in power who are making decisions and have no experience with racism and how it affects every aspect of their life. But other harms in the report that I would like to kind of lift up were people experiencing mental health crises, people experiencing homelessness, poverty, people impacted by the child protective system. And I just want to let the community know that I support the report's recommendations broadly, and I would like to see us, the Select Board, give clear direction to the town manager and relevant town staff to begin work immediately to act on these recommendations. In particular, I'd like to voice my support for the following: working to decouple police from welfare checks and mental health crisis response, deeply analyzing racial disparities in traffic stop data, addressing gaps in reporting race data in all data collection and especially in traffic stops, disbanding the CPCC and holding a process that centers and compensates people of color to determine the best mechanisms for systemic accountability, investing resources in new and existing programs that respondents identified as most helpful to their safety, reviewing and considering models for voluntary and non-coercive mental health supports that are run by the communities they are designed to support, and reviewing and considering models for neighborhood and community training around de-escalation and directly supporting those in distress. I'm thankful for the time that you allowed me for this brief statement. I know that we have much to discuss, and I'm happy to get to it.
Thanks, Daniel. Liz was...
Oh, no, I have a statement to make, but never mind my question. It was just a question, and I'll wait until other people have spoken. I don't have to go now.
Okay, Lana. Did you want to jump in on something?
I did, and I just wanted to say, Daniel, thank you so much. I can't tell you how emotional it makes me to hear you say those words. Just the simple validation and the way you took in what was said. The events last week, I hope all of you watched what happened at the Capitol and thought to yourselves, what if these had been Black people? What if that had been a Black Lives Matter protest? And I cannot help but tie that event into what we are discussing today. And it's so important to me that we think about it. And Liz, thank you for holding on your question. I want to tell you that when I hear a scientific question about these kinds of things, my immediate response is, that's a dog whistle word for Black people. When we hear, I know you didn't mean it that way. I understand that you might not have meant it that way, but that's how it feels and sounds when someone asks a scientific question when we're talking about systemic racism. When I'm talking about lived experiences of Black people about being terrified for our lives and having to teach our children how to act and respond so they don't get shot or pulled over or searched. You know, so I appreciate that you dropped the question for right now, because I gotta say, I braced myself when you asked that. And I'm sure it came from a good place, but I have to tell you how it feels. So anyhow, thank you.
Thanks, Lana. Yeah, and I sort of framed this as this is our opportunity for questions. And I do have questions. It certainly doesn't mean that I don't also have statements and things like that. But I see this as our last opportunity to really like dig into a couple bits of the nuts and bolts I have questions about. And I can shut up now and invite another board member to talk if you'd like. Does anybody else prefer to make a sort of an opening statement or? Okay. Oh, Ian?
Yeah, I'll speak a little briefer. Daniel, thank you so much for that. No.
It wasn't long.
No, but I think it was really excellent, and I really appreciate that. And you know, I'll just thank the community at large, the facilitators, the committee members, all the people that we didn't pay to expose themselves to, you know, sharing their stories and allowing us to intrude on that. And I think where I sort of fall on this is the acknowledgement of the harm and how critical that is to centrally understanding what we do next, which is you look at this and you see that there are individuals in this community who have experienced harm. And if you acknowledge that and understand that that is true, then the status quo is not sufficient. And we need to move forward and make changes. So I think that the nature of emphasizing people's experiences, marginalized communities, and capturing that in this report means that there are identified a lot of areas that we need to make action and move forward in. And what our job on the select board, I believe, having reviewed this material extensively, is that we give very clear directions to town staff, to Peter, to the policy of what Brattleboro's future role is going to be, that we make very clear decisions on what those are going to be. And that maybe that means that we don't have solutions right now, but we're very clear about where we're moving forward. And so I think that is what my goal is, besides listening and asking some questions, but is to be very clear about what we're actually here to do. And so I look forward to the discussion, and I really believe that this is a really great step for Brattleboro.
Thank you, Ian. Brandy, sorry.
I had a statement, but I didn't. Liz, you didn't make a statement, right? You wanted to wait. You still feel that way before? Because I feel
do. Thank you. You go ahead, Brandy. I'm fine.
I don't think my point of view on this comes as a surprise to anybody, but I would really encourage, I think Daniel said, I would encourage people to read this report, and you can break it out in sections. You can, if you're really more interested in the data, you'll easily see a table if you just do a quick flip, and you can start there. If you're interested in shared experiences, you'll start to see quotation marks. Hit a page, any page, and you'll see comments such as "my whiteness gives safety." And then on the same page, "I've witnessed double standards in the community myself and the discrimination of homeless, mentally ill, poor." So the dichotomy, you don't have to flip far throughout these listening experiences to see a back and forth and a complete contrast. And I think, I do believe it's the municipality's job, including the board, to to focus on public safety, to focus on community safety, to focus on equity. And if that means taking bolder steps or doing things outside of the way it's been done, then so be it. Because why else do we sit in 6-hour meetings, you know, for some of us for 4 years, if not to do something at some point, instead of just constantly finding ways to dig in and pinpoint little things, which then can easily become bigger things. And then we do literally nothing, because if we can't solve it all, why would we do anything? And I would really ask us to see perfectionism as the evil voice inside of us that it is, and take a bold step, any bold step.
Thanks, Brandy.
Mm-hmm.
I have to take that unbold step of being the person who points out the time. However, hard to hit the pause button on this discussion, but we need to take a break for our ASL interpreters.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right with everybody, the board at least?
I think, yeah, especially with what they have on deck to interpret.
Absolutely. Don't scare them, Brandy.
Sorry.
So let's go ahead and take our break. It's sneaking a little bit past 2 minutes past 8. So let's say 8:15, if that's okay with everybody.
Okay.
We'll come right back. Everybody, welcome to hang on, and thank you.
See you then.
Just want to call the meeting back to order. Actually, it was just paused. I guess we weren't out of order. Getting back to our review of the community safety review process that just wrapped up. Does anybody want to jump in? Liz?
Yes. Okay. I have some things to say. First, I would like to say that we all need to be open to change. And in doing so, let's not other each other. Let's find solutions that work together for the community as a whole. And let's see this as an opportunity for change. And yes, I acknowledge that I'm a privileged white person. However, since June, I, like the rest of the board, have made this commitment to do this work. The Select Board unanimously agreed to address the prospect of police bias after the murder of George Floyd, and to see that the goals of the community as a whole are reflected in the policies and practices of the police department. And this report is its launching point. I would also like to paraphrase something from Barack Obama's book. Whatever we do, it won't be enough, but we should try anyway. This is an important discussion to have, and I appreciate the author's hard work. The work of the police department and social service agencies are critical resources in our town, and each deal with our most vulnerable individuals at times when they are in crisis. However, yes, we need to deeply review the policies and practices. Police actions have to be less influenced by racial bias and, of course, less likely to cause harm. The report goes further to say that there's bias among the treatment of all marginalized people. Reading this report, which finds the harm from the police, the DCF, the Retreat, the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and so many more groups, I'm reminded of Pandora's box, that after the horrors that are unleashed, the thing left in the box for us is hope. And where do we find that hope? We find that hope through these ongoing discussions that take place in this forum. The best thing that we can take from this report is an understanding and acknowledgement of the harm and the trauma, and to recognize that there are complex problems and that change is found only through communication and dialogue. There were 4 main areas about the report, which I would like to comment on. Acknowledging and reckoning with harm. The police causing harm with its practices, we need to be open to making changes. I know the police are open to change. We must support this police department with increased training because I believe that the police department is capable of change. The most up-to-date methods for alternatives to perform their duties needs to be investigated. We should hear about the department's thoughts and statewide experts on the effectiveness of training. And I think that de-escalation training and bias training are needed, and that there are effective methods out there that we can research and employ. With regard to traffic stops, the UVM study had a goal of being helpful to the Brattleboro Police Department and suggesting that better data collection and understanding of the data will help the police department see itself and allow for improvements. This is holding the mirror up into itself that was expressed in the report. We should talk to these professors. I know the police already have. We could look into hiring a statistician to make sure that the police department fulfills its responsibilities for data reporting and goes further to analyze the data to assist the police in understanding their own trends. The police department has in recent years increased traffic stops based on apparently the traffic safety committee. This can easily be called back, and we should examine this in detail. Similarly, the use of force data discussed in the report needs intensive analysis. Senator White has given some preliminary thoughts to me, which I'm grateful to have, and we should take her testimony and others on this important subject. The Project CARE process was enacted to collaborate with social service agencies. We can take a deep dive into its effectiveness. The money that is transferred is merely a town pass-through to provide paid volunteers for rides to opioid-related services. And this type of collaboration, I think, is something that we need more of, and we can do this in a more measured and fully examined way. The prison and carceral systems. I truly believe that we can expand restorative justice. Let's get these folks in here to discuss what an expansion of their programs would look like. There's an article in Springfield, Massachusetts about expansion of restorative justice that looks quite promising. Increase accountability. Yes, we can revise and rebuild a working, accountable CPCC. Let's do it. And let's hear from experts of how to do this effectively. Meeting people's needs and alternatives to policing. This is clearly the thorniest problem to solve, and it will take a lot of work and a lot of conversation, because right now, people will continue to call the police if they believe there's a threat, and until a safer alternative is found. A much more immediate alternative is to increase the use of social workers for police ride-alongs in numerous shifts so that the social worker can follow the police into a situation once their safety is assured. And again, the Springfield, Massachusetts Police Department has a program that they say has reduced arrests considerably. So I think we have a lot of work ahead of us. Again, I see this as an opportunity. I think we need to keep in mind that we need to maintain an intelligent, flexible, empathetic police force trained to de-escalate and reduce bias, respected by the community for the service it provides, certainly better trained, certainly more diverse. I understand that women in a police force can add a considerable dimension to the atmosphere of police interactions. And those are my initial comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Am I able to say something briefly here? I'm unmuted, so. not that
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. Yes.
Can you hear me?
I,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you were talking at first, and you're a little low to me, to
Oh.
my ear.
All right, I'll try to yell. Is that better?
Much better.
All right, great. Yeah, I just want to name that some of the specific ideas that Liz shared are in direct conflict with the report, the findings, and the recommendations. And so just want to really put out that that's a very different direction than the report itself on many levels. So just stating that.
Can I follow up with that for just a moment? This is Shay.
Yeah, Shay, that's fine. I'm just trying to keep everything. That's fine. Go ahead.
I think it can only help us move forward to acknowledge on a pretty deep level what Emily just said. Because as we talked about last time, this project did not only assess already to some depth what is happening now, but it also assessed what the people that these things are happening to want. And that might be different than what I thought before engaging with this process we need to do. But what Liz just shared is not reflected in what the people who are actually experiencing harm themselves have reflected in great clarity and detail in this report that they want for their own community. And so it gives me a moment of pause as we continue the dialogue. The rest of you all, I'm sure, have more to say. It actually reflects much more clearly what, Liz, you had mentioned you wanted from the beginning. Not actually, I don't hear in your comment that you have heard from these people about what they themselves are asking for at all. And so I just want to keep that in our mind. If we're going to consider this report, if we've agreed to consider this report, I didn't hear actual comprehension of what those folks had named would be best for them. Because what I heard when I was listening, when I was doing the analysis of the listening, was people saying white leadership actually needs to decenter their own perspective about what our communities who are not white need, and actually listen to us and give us as non-white people more leadership and self-determination. So I hope we can keep that in our minds moving forward with whatever you all choose to do. And I heard, from so many people in the community that also, white people in the community who also support Black and non-Black people of color's right to self-determine what safety looks like when the system is absolutely not keeping them safe. And people are not just calling 911 because there's no option. People are actually going without any support in very, very dangerous and hard moments because there's no safe support for them. So that's all I want to say as you continue your dialogue. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just remind everybody that we were in sort of we fell into a mode because of making statements. And I've sort of noticed that Liz has now gotten sort of 3 direct responses to things that she's said. And I'm feeling like that's not exactly a fair thing to do to an individual board member. I would like to encourage everybody to speak in general terms and not turn it into a you versus me thing. Does that make sense? It feels a little bit like now I have to give Liz rebuttal, and that's not really going to move this process along. I don't feel like I think you can just listen to the board as well as to each other, and how you listen to your community members. I had thoughts all along when every single one of these board members, my fellow board members, were speaking. But I think we have to give everybody the same respect that we want to show our community. So maybe that was a failure of mine to kind of allow the comment, but I'm not trying to be too officious.
It does feel like there's a lack of clarity about the facilitation, frankly. Yeah. It does feel like there's it may be more about also your feelings, Tim, as a facilitator, which I totally respect as another facilitator of trying to manage tension. And I think that some tension is appropriate. And also much collaboration is still possible even when there's tension. So I can hush while you all talk, but that I don't want to shut down very important dialogue from happening.
Great. Thanks. All right, and just remind everybody who's watching, we're trying to sort of have this, well, I originally framed it as a question and comment period. It's really turned into more sort of a statement thing. So I'll go ahead and make a lot of what has been said. I am pleased right now because a lot of what has been said, I'm very much in alignment with. You know, to think that Brattleboro as a progressive, whatever your actual view of Brattleboro is, often people, I think, especially on the left, think of Brattleboro as a very progressive place, you know, a place with ideals that can rise above some of the evils that exist elsewhere in our nation and in our world. I don't think that's true. I've never thought that was true. Racism is real. The harms from racism are absolutely real. And those harms occur next door. They occur in Brattleboro. And that's something I want to make very clear, that I have made a commitment in my life to call that out when I see it. It often makes me uncomfortable. You know, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, white people of privilege getting uncomfortable in these types of positions. And that's absolutely true. You can feel it. I can feel it as we talk about these issues. But it's also true that in our hats that we all, the five of us, wear right now in these squares, that we are representatives of a democracy. And I have to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. And if it makes everyone who's participating in this call feel more comfortable with my words, to think of me as sort of a spokesperson for more conservative thoughts, then that's okay with me. I can speak conservative. And those voices are our neighbors, and those voices are going to be part of the change that we are all considering. You can probably tell I haven't written any of this down because I haven't, but I've fallen into sort of like an all about me thing, and I apologize, but I caution everybody to look at the person you see in front of you and the person we are all persons who might be speaking in this meeting, and make assumptions about their perspective. Because I have some very real, very on the ground perspectives about race in this country and racism and, as I said, the evils of racism. And I don't think it's the place to go into that right now. Maybe in further discussions, but, and if I'm gonna lift up something that Lana said earlier, because Lana, you made a mention of Washington and some of the imbalanced responses we were seeing with, I won't just say police, because it's not just police there down there, it's National Guard. There's all kinds of agencies, as you probably all know, that are commingled down there. But the comparison between the response recently with the Trump rallies and the march on the Capitol and the intrusion into our democracy down there with some of the protests that were happening earlier. Protests somewhat, some groups were attacking the White House, but it was mostly peaceful. And you could argue, of course, that the Trump rallies were mostly peaceful, but that's not the problem we're talking about. But when you mention that, it immediately leaped to mind that even that is something that we need to examine very carefully and see, not that there's a side saying that there's a justification for that, but I'm thinking particularly of, and a lot of people I'm sure have seen this, the police officer named Eugene Goodman, who was down as a Capitol policeman. And he, basically he protected the legislators, our Democratic representatives down there, and did some very nice, brave work in doing that. And I think a lot of people have seen that example. And I bring that up because that's an example of a policeman protecting and serving as we should expect them all to do. So it's a very complex subject. In this town, I believe that there is very broad support for our police department, and rightly so, because we just saw an outgoing police chief who brought some amazingly beneficial changes to our police department. And I think that regardless of how you feel about me, raising these issues and speaking to this other perspective, and that perspective would be, the police are doing the job that we hand them as a community. And if we don't like the job they're doing, we got to tell them clearly what their job should be. So that's going to be a little bit of a long process. I think I'm going to try to stop talking here by saying I see a lot of convergence and a lot of agreement between the 5 board members here. There's going to be some disagreement, and the reason why I wanted to invite questions is I actually do have some questions about how the committee operated and the process of coming to recommendations. And those questions are important for me to fully understand the report. And I think the community is owed that, because the more questions you get answered and the more people you get on board of this process, the more successful it's going to be. So I don't know how to transition from that. And I think I should just draw a line there and let either board members, or I saw a couple hands. I think first I saw Laura's, but Laura, if you don't mind, let me just go with Daniel's hand, because we were trying to give a little bit of board and then I'll send it all out, okay, to the committee first, especially. Daniel?
Thanks, Tim. Sorry, Laura and Lana and those other hands. But I just wanted to, I guess, throw out a couple of potential paths forward. I tried to be very upfront in my statement that, like, I am broadly, well, I want to validate what's in this report, first of all, right? That I believe all that is in this report, and I believe that it is meaningful, and that we should act upon it. And then there are like a million recommendations. I mean, maybe not a million, but like there are 40 recommendations or so. Like, I don't think it's practically possible for us to like take a motion on each one and like vote on it. But it does seem that like there are at least 3 of us who broadly support what is in this report. I named some recommendations that for me are very, very much pressing things that I would like to see us move forward with. Most of them are not like you click your fingers and it's done. It's like, let's get to work in figuring this out. And we won't do most of the figuring out. You know, Peter and the staff will do a lot of the figuring out of like how a thing will actually work. But I want to at least leave this meeting, you know, maybe next week's meeting with some clear direction to staff on what the board is in agreement on. I'd love it to be agreement 5-0, but I don't need it to be 5-0. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, do we want to talk about individual recommendations? Do we want to talk more generally? But I would like to kind of move forward, even if it's slowly.
I don't like to be, I don't want
Yeah, right. And maybe that's not a question just to you. Maybe that's the rest of the board.
And we have some hands, but I just wanted to, Laura, do you want to go while I figure out how to respond to that as the chair?
Sure. So I think the first thing that came to my mind when you were talking is how the findings and recommendations in this report are beneficial to all people in this town. We listen to people who are most impacted and harmed by the police, but putting these recommendations into place isn't going to decrease my safety as a white person. And so I feel very strongly that, and I will echo that, it's really important that we listen to the voices in this report and adopt these findings. But I also just want to speak to the fact that if we start making other recommendations that are different from these, we're not going to be the ones that suffer. And I think that the thing that is so interesting about the training in particular is a really important part for me, or something that I've been thinking a lot about. And the recommendations are to freeze the training budget. So we're not talking about never having diversity, equity, and inclusion training for the police ever. But we're talking, let's freeze and have a moment where we recognize the harm that has been caused and take a moment to just incorporate the deep findings in this report. And then after that, let's look at the communities most impacted and see what kind of training do those communities feel like they need. And I feel that is a very important move for us to take. And I also feel like that is a specific move that the select board can vote on. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Daniel, I hear your desire to move forward in some way. And I think I'm getting the vibe from other board members. So a couple of things that, I mean, I do have questions about, and the questions that I have for our facilitators don't reflect on the committee or the work of the findings and the listenings. I just want to make that clear. The questions I have to do with the recommendations, where I think there is going to be some disagreement. Ian, is it brilliant?
God, what a.
No, I was in mid thought, but sorry. It felt like you really.
Finish, please.
Okay. I was going to suggest that I'm going to insist on asking my questions. There'll probably be less questions now. But in answer to Daniel's desire to move forward, I was going to suggest that we might start with the pieces. Well, first of all, putting back on my chair hat, first of all, what we should start with is anything that would affect fiscal year 22 budget, because that's our task in the next 2 weeks. But beyond that, I think we should start with areas of agreement. And I think we can get to a few things that we can tick off. And I think that would satisfy a lot of needs and desires in our community. Everybody was involved in that process, wants things to happen. It's reasonable and needed. That was going to be my suggestion for how to move forward. But on a more practical basis, I was going to suggest that we make sure that we get to, possibly at the next meeting, we get to settling the question of the training budget. Because we have to basically decide that. That's the only directly affecting item that I'm aware of that would directly affect our budget numbers. And so Ian.
Very quickly, so why don't we just hear the rest of the hands there are some that have been really patiently waiting for a while, and then we'll move into questions that that the board has, and then we can check in, and maybe how late it is, we can sort of make decisions for next week, and depending on how long the questioning is.
I like it.
Great.
Cool.
I just want to give Lana the opportunity, because you had a hand up, I think, a visual hand as well as your.
Yes, well, the training part I really wanted to speak to that. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who has, acknowledged their privilege. And in the spirit of that, I want to make it clear who we need to be listening to. Something that affects part of our community, it doesn't affect the other portion of our community. Like Laura said so well, they will not be harmed by putting these measures into place. No one will be harmed. In fact, what it will do is lift the harm and the burden off of the entire community and make our community stronger. That's one point I want to make. The other point I want to make is I don't know if any of you understand the origins of our policing system. I think I might have brought it up at another point. It came out of slavery, out of catching slaves. It is a systemic issue. It's not about one police officer. We all know one police officer. I know Mark, the coming in, police commissioner. I've worked with plenty of police officers in my life. It isn't about one person. It's about a structural system that was designed and rooted in slavery. White supremacists come into the police force because it is a wonderful place to be if you are a white supremacist. So ultimately, I would like to tear the entire thing down. And I understand that that is going to take years. It is an arc towards abolition. But just like the abolition of slavery, the abolition of the police force is going to be heavily disagreed upon by a subset of the population. But we cannot allow ourselves to listen to those people because they are doing the work of slavers. They are doing the work of oppressors at the risk and at the detriment of the lives of Black people. The last thing I want to say is there's a quote from Audre Lorde on the uses of anger. And she talks about how important anger is, how important the anger of Black people are. And that if I speak to you in anger, I'm creating a bridge. I'm talking to you. I see you as someone worthy of connecting with and worthy of talking to. That is an open door. If I turn my back on you and ignore this process, that is me saying, I don't trust you. I don't think you can do this work. The fact that all of these people came forward and opened their hearts and shared these stories, we don't want to share these stories with you. They're painful. We have to live them. I have been sexually assaulted. I can count them on two hands. I did not once go to the police when those things happened. They were traumatic. They were awful. I did not go to the police because I didn't trust that they would help me. I knew that I would be further assaulted by their very presence. And that is something that you won't understand. That is something Kelsey Rice will not understand because the police come to her and they are there for her. They're not there for the rest of us. And I hope that you can see that. And I hope that you can listen to these stories. And I urge you to please read the entire report. If this has to go on for a couple more weeks, please read the whole report and really with an open mind, think about these people and these children. My godson, who is now 9, when he was 5, he was terrified of the police because his white mother had to explain to him what happens to brown boys when they're pulled over. And he was crying in his bed because he was terrified that the police were going to come and hurt him. That's real. It's legitimate. And it's happening right now in our wonderful, thank you, Tim, for pointing out that racism exists here, because it does. And acknowledging your privilege also means acknowledging that you don't have a pony in this race. What you need to do is listen. The experts are the people who are living it. A statistician is not an expert. I am an expert. The people that you're talking to are experts. You need to listen to them. You hired us to do this work. Please read and acknowledge the report. Please don't try to make, adjustments when you haven't read it and when you didn't do this work. With that, I say thank you. Oh, and also, sorry, one last thing, training. Training is crap. You can look at the data, the statistics all over the country. Training does not change hearts and minds. Relationships are the intervention. The intervention is not training. You come into training and you don't want to absorb what you're hearing, you're not going to. You need to have relationships with people. You need to change people's visions of who's in their community. And that information is in this report. Please read it. Thank you.
Thanks, Lana. We were going to go, Ian suggested that we take some comments. Is that okay with the rest of the board? Okay. First up, we have Mark Tully. And again, let's try to keep things to 3 or 4 minutes. And please let us know what town you're from, any other introductory information so that we can, everybody can understand who's speaking.
Okay.
Oh, and actually, I forgot to mention this. I think we're going to keep, unless Lana and Laura would like to drop off, we might keep everybody on audio only for now.
Okay, that's actually a good tech idea. So hi, my name is Mark. I didn't think I was, anyway, my thought and I guess question is about the part of this report that deals with schools. Now, because Brattleboro town government does not set school policy, we often don't have a lot of space in these kinds of public forums to discuss and debate school policy. And having it be a core mention to me, a core part of this report is just would really like to find a way, like when this report starts to come down to action items that y'all will be voting on, or RTM or the ballot will be voting on, and it gets really specific, the discussions in these forums are going to get specific too. And that's where a lot of really grounded, important conversation happen. And if there's, because we setting school policy will not be before the select board or RTM, I fear we will miss out on the only space we really have to have these discussions right now. And so turning it into the question, in the report on page 20, it cites this letter that Vermont Legal Aid wrote about school resource officers and other resources and punishment methods in schools. And the report says we endorse these recommendations. And in our key findings and recommendations section, where I couldn't find it, but it says we urge the town to do so as well. And so I'm not usually in favor at all of government just like saying things like proclamations and stuff, but if there is a way to make some kind of actionable item out of those sets of recommendations so that it can be a central conversation in Brattleboro's political process, that would be great. And to that point, I'm wondering if the folks who wrote the report by saying, in our recommendations, we urge the town to do the same, knowing the town can't set those policies, you say we stand in solidarity. Were you imagining something like an official proclamation? How would the town meet that recommendation?
Thanks, Mark.
Can I respond to Mark's question? I think.
Well, there's a couple, hold on, Emily. There's
Okay.
a couple different things going on in that question. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we don't set school policy here, that there are school boards that set school policies. There are several things that are addressed in the committee's report that are not under our jurisdiction. But that doesn't rule out proclamations, but it's literally not our jobs. But I wanted to kind of make that clear because Mark didn't mention school boards, and I'm not quite sure why, because there is public, participation in the school. If you want to talk about SROs or whatever, that's the place to do that. And I don't see why this report couldn't be transferable to, to share with the school side of things, as we say. Emily, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, in agreement with what Tim is saying too, in terms of, we knew that this report, because this report was primarily a listening project, we of course heard about so many experiences that didn't necessarily have to do with the town or the police department. And it felt important, because the call was a review of community safety, right, to look at that, because funding and supporting a police department as the sort of like a departmental or a systemic approach to community safety is a decision, right? It's got a long history, but it's a choice that we are making every year when we fund this police department. We are making the choice to say the police are how we're going to support community safety, right? Or how we're going to address community safety. And so this report looked at community safety from the experience of the people who live in our community, right? And so that went well beyond the police department, and included this, the experience of youth who experience armed police officers in their schools. And those armed police officers are from the Windham County Sheriff's Department. And so while the town select board and the town government have narrow authority and where they're making budget decisions, I think the choice about whether or not and to what degree we are going to continue with the status quo of how we've been addressing community safety is going to need to be a community-wide effort, right? And so, we can say, yes, this is the silo, this is the room where we talk about the police, but I think it can even go beyond a proclamation, a simple proclamation, which is actually more of a collaboration, right? So what does the collaboration look like between the governance of schools and the governance of the town? And community safety is, of course, an area where this isn't siloed. It's an area where the community member, who is a citizen of this town or a resident of this town, also might have a school experience or whatnot. Where can the select board, town government, the school board, the Windham County Sheriff's Department come together in spaces of collaboration to really look at how harm is happening in schools, for example, or in our community. So, like many other areas in this report, the specifics of exactly what can happen with any individual recommendation, there's going to have to be some labor and some dialogue and discourse among the select board and the town government and the school board to decide exactly what the how is, right? There's some direction in here and there's some not. But my hope is it actually could go beyond a proclamation and be more of a movement to really look at why we have police in our community schools, and how to move away from that. And there will be, a lot more organizing, I think, around this in specific to the school board and the SROs and the Windham County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, thank you for that commentary. I'll just go down the line a little bit more. Board, is that all right? Kurt?
Okay now?
Yeah, we can.
Is it proper in your schedule to make thanks and put my organization at the service of the committee at this moment, Tim?
I'm not sure what that means. But
can I comment on specific proposals in the committee's report?
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to thank the committee, especially Shay and Emily, and I want to say I hope it doesn't cancel the committee. And I want to thank them especially for approving the Brattleboro Common Sense Safe Policing proposal. We've been working on it since 2017, so we're very glad to have it approved by the committee at this point. For those people that don't know, it is a proposal, a research proposal for disarming the police during their routine patrols. Brattleboro has been a safe place for police. There have been no armed attacks on police in Vermont for 50 years. It's a safe place. Brattleboro is a safe place for police, and the safe policing proposal is the simplest way to make marginalized people, especially Black men, feel safe in their hometown. We have 6 honorable officers in the UK who are experienced with weaponless policing. They're ready to consult and help the committee or the select board, and we all stand at your disposal. Thank you again.
Thanks, Kurt. Go ahead and take Gary.
Hi, everyone. Gary Stroud, District 2 Representative and Vice Chair of CPCC.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Awesome. I guess I just wanted to just pretty much summarize what I'm feeling and what's going on here. I mean, after way back, I don't know if you ever seen the old bumper stickers, "Hate has no place here." That was a big thing way back. I don't see it much anymore, those posters or signs or stickers, but I think that was a seed planted because it was something that was recognized way back then. And this is basically these organizations, Compassion, Brattleboro, Kirk Dimes is doing what they're doing. These are the offsprings of that seed. It's a continuation of what we need to do, even after the effects of what we've seen what happened in the Capitol. And us acknowledging and recognizing, yes, there is a problem, not just systemic hate, not just to Black men, but to everyone in general, men, women, children. We need to take a step back and look at that and do something about that and act on it. Right now, I can see a lot of them watching on MSNBC and CNN, they're in debate and in discussions of that. But I feel sometimes some issues need to be acted upon rather than waiting to be debated upon, because the longer you wait, the more the hate. So if we can extinguish that and acknowledge that and do something about it, I think we made a progress in our first step of getting towards a better and brighter and safer Brattleboro for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I went on mute because my printer has mysteriously come on and started printing. Home office governing.
Sounds good.
Pretty annoying. Kelsey Rice is a committee member, and I would like to invite either Laura or Lana to drop off so that I can fit her into our. Thank you. Hi, Kelsey.
Hello. Well, I'm going to keep this pretty brief. I have a tendency to take up a lot of airtime, but if you want to ask me any questions, I'm happy to answer. I can easily be called to do that. But I guess, first of all, obviously, I think it's interesting that, you know, it's been said that the police have been there for me, because as the Brattleboro PD knows, and other departments, they have not necessarily been there for me. And that is what spurred my passion for these issues. So, you know, I may not have I made the choice to not go into great detail about what I've experienced. I made a shift throughout this process. And that was an intentional choice because, you know, when I signed up to this process, I was under I think I may have had a different perspective as to what I was signing up for. So again, I'm in total agreement that we need changes. And I personally believe we're far more likely to achieve real and sustainable changes, the beginnings of changes that will grow if we can come together. And I do believe that the police department can be part of that solution. And certainly more mistakes will be made. But the more that we can come together and reframe the work in some ways and pull back in some ways and put more effort and intention into some areas of their work, more likely to weed out those that are drawn to the work for very negative reasons. So I recognize what where policing came from, but we're where we are today. And, I would love to see the day that incarceration is not needed, but it is still needed right now to a degree and for certain reasons. And in order to work towards that not being our reality, we need to come together. And I truly believe the more we can inspire white men to join this movement and be inspired to do that, the more likely we are to achieve it. And the police department, yes, we need more ladies, but it's mostly white guys. So let's inspire them to be motivated, right, to join this movement. And I simply can't apologize for having a difference of perspective. It's pretty consistent throughout the process that I do have a different perspective, but I've also at different points shared quite a lot of passion for harms I've experienced. And, in terms of the Brattleboro PD, I have triggered their defenses multiple times, caused quite a stir over there prior to this process and during this process. So the idea that, I'm in good with them or because I'm a white lady is not necessarily the situation. They're probably happy with me right now, but it's definitely not been the course or ever, part of my thinking process. So that's where I am with it. That's where I have been, to continue to make me sort of the focus of controversy. It's a natural response, and it's a response that I've experienced in my life in a variety of areas and for a variety of reasons. And generally it's because I'm very comfortable with being direct, and I'm, and that's okay. If it makes other people uncomfortable, it's really none of my business. So that's all I have for you. But if you'd like to ask me any questions, I'll be happy to raise my little blue hand and respond.
Thank you, Kelsey. Hold on, I just have to shut my door. Okay, received a text from the family. I think up next is Hannah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name's Hannah Van Dusen, and I am a researcher with Brattleboro Common Sense. I'm here tonight supporting police reform in Brattleboro more generally, and then safe policing in particular. I had a quick clarifying question, but first I just wanted to point to something that board members have hit on this evening, and that's really been demonstrated throughout the committee's report. I recognize that a lot of these recommendations may seem like big radical changes, but it's also very clear that the status quo isn't working and that changes do need to happen, even incrementally. So with that said, following last week's meeting, I'm just hoping to clarify whether the board is planning to vote this evening or next week on any of the committee's safety review committee's recommendations. Basically, I'm wondering because if the board is not going to be voting on them, I recognize that the time is quickly coming for it to be passed on to RTM. And particularly in relation to safe policing, which the committee recommended be implemented by 2025. If the town's looking to pursue it, we would want to start to implement some sort of a pilot just to start seeing what the effects are and how it could be implemented more fully. So in short, from you guys, I guess, this has already been stated by Daniel a little bit, I'm really looking to gain a better grasp of your plan and time frame for considering and implementing the committee's proposals. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Hannah. Well, that's yet to be determined, I guess, but we're working on it, that time frame. As I said earlier, the more pressing thing for this board is to address things that have direct effects on the on our budget that we pass on to RTM. The other items, many of them are things that this board, I feel, really want to pursue. Many of them will not be accomplished, put a bow on or whatever by this board, but we're going to pursue them quickly. I can't put timelines on this stuff yet, but we'll do our best to satisfy that. I do have some pretty strong feelings about the safe policing proposal, and I'm not sure people want to dive into that quite yet because I still have some questions about the committee themselves, and I don't want to not be able to ask them before we disband the committee, which was on our agenda for next. Board members, I'm going to continue down the list. Adam is next.
Okay, can everybody hear me all right? Whoa. Oh, sorry.
Back, you might be.
Might have had a little bit of reverberation there, my bad. I am Adam Marchesso, if everybody can hear me all right. I also live up in Waterbury, Vermont, and I am also a researcher at Brattleboro Common Sense, primarily in the Research and Policy Division, which has done a lot of the work on the Safe Policing Project that the committee has recommended. I just wanted to follow up on what Hannah said and to briefly discuss the role of a steady and incremental process of implementation in any effort to make moves on safe policing in the future. It obviously is a 5-year timeline at best, and it's something that the board has already stated they're going to get to when they get to, which makes sense. But given that it's a fairly radical proposal to some ears to potentially see a number of officers not carrying firearms on their person, among other parts of the reform, we wanted to propose this idea of the pilot program as a means of a steady and incremental approach to safe policing. Specifically, Brattleboro Common Sense stands prepared with a proposed pilot program that would see officers on BPD's force accrue an hour a week, roughly, of experience in the field, going about routine patrols without a body-carried firearm. It would also see officers undergo a more specific take on de-escalation training that has some background in the UK model of not having officers carry firearms on their person for most patrols. About 95% of officers in the UK don't. So de-escalation training in the UK tends to focus more on the idea of going about solving problems and escalations without access to a firearm and having to rely more on training, your spacing tactics and defensive tactics and that kind of thing. We believe that the pilot program would allow for, in a 6-month period, a lot of analysis of what the effects of safe policing might be in a community like Brattleboro in a safe and controlled manner that also allows for a lot of data collection and discussion of both officer and community experiences to see how things are actually working out, and to allow for a more democratic implementation process for the broader proposal itself. With that, I don't think I have any time left. I think I'm probably pushing up right up against those couple minutes. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Robert. Don't forget to introduce yourself, even though I know who you are. Oh, and
half of Brattleboro does.
Yeah, and Bob, I'm sorry, we're bringing up your screen because you are a committee member, of course.
And District 3, and Robert Ozer. Can you hear me?
Hey, Bob, we can't hear you very well, so I'm going to ask you to just turn off your camera. Yeah, maybe we'll be able to hear you a little better. Go ahead.
I think that's been done for me. Is that better?
It is. Just speak up for us.
So I was going to, okay. So very briefly, I wanted to circle back to what Daniel started us off with and listed, I believe, 4 action items. And that was decoupling welfare checks from police enforcement, doing a deep dive into the draft traffic stop data, the CPCC, and looking at resources that are voluntary and non-coercive. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep
Okay.
going. I'll try to summarize after you.
So looking at those four, I would say that the welfare checks and the looking at voluntary, looking at decoupling welfare checks and the voluntary non-coercive programs could be considered as one package together. And that is going to be a lot of work, but it would be one package. I would add one, so we still have four, is to look at the fair and impartial policing policy improvements, and to make note that those improvements were laid out to the Windham County Sheriff's Advisory Committee recently. So if the Brattleboro Police and Windham County Sheriff are on the same page with those improvements, will at least in the southeastern part of the state have some uniformity on that.
Okay, Bob. Can you hear me?
I also did submit a very brief position paper that I'm now on the website. I think you can find it on the website. But
okay.
Basically what I was saying was that, and it's really an ask, whether the select board could use its influence or its, I don't know about using the word bully, but some.
I think I have to cut in here, Bob. We lost
So much.
30% of it, but I think I actually got most of it.
I was able to write it down too, Tim, if you
Yeah, I missed one of the first, I think, Ian, why don't I take a crack at it and you fill in. Bob was referring to, Daniel was talking about 4 action items, I think.
I think I had about 7, but yes, there were definitely.
According to Bob, it was 4. So
yeah.
Just to repeat his words, traffic stop data, CPCC. I wrote down resources. Sorry, Ian, can you help me out?
decoupling the police from mental health and welfare checks, and then a voluntary considering models for voluntary non-coercive mental health community-based systems. And he said to combine those two into one point, and then added looking at fair and impartial policing policy improvement as the final point.
Right, that was also being looked at by the Sheriff Advisory Committee, I think. Okay. And then the last point, which was very broken up, but I think I know what he was referring to, was his statement that he made, which is on the town website. I don't have it in front of me, but that can be found there. We're giving sort of special consideration to Bob because he's committee member, but seems to be having some connection issues. So Bob, if I distorted that, or if Ian and I combined to distort it, jump back in, or maybe try calling in on the phone. And Daniel?
Where exactly is Bob's letter? I'm looking on the town website on the Community Safety Review Committee page.
It's not there.
Okay. Why would it be?
Well, no. It's where Kelsey's is and where there's something else too. And I think it's backup materials for the. Sorry, Peter. Peter's joined us just to straighten us out. So.
Sure. So the letters that we received from Bob and from Kelsey, because they were from committee members, were included in the backup materials for last week's meeting when the material was first presented to the select board and the community. We chose at that time not to post those on the committee page because they were not documents that represented the committee's work. They were comments on that by individual committee members.
Makes sense.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Yeah, and again, Bob, you can jump back in if we distorted something. In the meantime, we'll go to what the heck is Brandy doing? Okay.
Oh,
it's like a brush thing.
I've been fighting a migraine all day.
Like this
trying to like. It's like
I thought you were being attacked by a balloon animal, so.
Not that. No.
Franz, sorry for that comic relief there. Franz, I think a faithful viewer of the committee, but not a committee member. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a little puzzled that my video doesn't want to work, but that's fine. Nobody needs to look at anything more than my photograph there. So, hello everybody. I guess a couple of things I'd like to chime in on, and I wrote a letter to the select board and sent it also to Emily and Shay, so I think they know a bit about where I'm coming from. But what I'm looking at is the context in which this report lives. And also just the idea that there's a lot in there that's really important and needs to be looked at. And I think needs to be looked at pretty carefully. So, my overall take on it is that we should slow down and make sure that we are giving things their due attention. In that vein, I want to talk about one thing in the report where I do have lived experience. And that's with regard to the mental health issues. I'm retired now, but for 30 years, I was a doctor in the emergency room, mostly in Keene. But I think the systems there are relatively similar to what's here in Brattleboro. And, reading through the parts about mental health and how people in crisis are treated, it's troubling. No question about it. And it was troubling for 30 years while I was in the emergency room because we do not have good systems in place. But the context is that there are larger responsibilities than are determined by our local government or perhaps even our state government. The things that go on have deep cultural roots and demand to be addressed at that level. So, for example, everybody in the ER would like to have some other way to handle patients in a mental health crisis. It's really tough to deal with those folks. They have tremendously important needs, and they place correspondingly tremendous demands on the systems in the emergency room. We actually had to end up building like a little mini prison in the emergency room in Keene, and it was terrible. Everybody hated walking into that place. But there was a reason that we had to do that. And the reason is that once someone says to us that they're at risk of hurting themselves or someone else, we have a legal and a moral responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. And to talk about all these non-coercive and gentler systems is great, but at some point we also have to recognize that there are things pushing us in the other direction. Strip searches. Nobody wants to do a strip search, but every once in a while, somebody comes into the emergency room with concealed weapons. which most of the time I think they're intending to use on themselves, but they could be used on others as well. So the staff has a responsibility, not a desire, a responsibility to ensure the safety of those people and everybody else around there. So my point is that in reading this report, you need to take the context into account, and the steps that we can take will be limited or determined or in conjunction with other factors that I don't think were explored extensively in the report. So that's one thing. I really think we need to look at these things carefully and thoroughly. The other thing that I would like to say is that I don't think it's correct to say that someone who does not want to abolish the police is guilty of perpetuating slavery. I do not think that's true. And for example, there are things going on in our country right now that I think demand police presence. I insist that our police here are ready to deal with what happens next Wednesday when the inauguration takes place. Will there be some kind of crazy reaction to that by dangerous people in Brattleboro? I sure hope not, but I expect our police to be ready if it does happen. So to say that people who do not advocate abolishing the police have no say in this process, I think is incorrect. And in fact, we need to include the entire community in this process and hear what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz. I'm going to go ahead and take Ivan.
Thank you. My name's Ivan Hennessy. I live in Brattleboro, Vermont. I have for quite a few years. And I have my own personal experience with that mini prison that was constructed in Keene, and I don't think it helped any. In my experience, it was a dark room and being ignored, and it did not involve any effort to prevent people from harming themselves. The fact that when I was there, no one died had nothing at all to do with the facility. There was no effort made whatsoever, and I think that that's maybe illustrative of a larger point, which is that sometimes people assume that because something has been built to accomplish something, it accomplishes something. And this is just one example where the intention did fuck all. It didn't help at all. So I'm sorry for cursing, and I'm going to mute myself now. Have a good evening.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself, please.
No problem. Thank you. Let me kick it over.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to kick it over to the board on next steps. We have a little bit of a break, and I need to stall if we're gonna proceed with a few questions.
You had some questions you wanted to ask.
I know.
Why don't you go ahead and ask them?
Would it be all right before we move on to questions for me just to clarify a couple of things from the conversation that just occurred before we move into new questions? I'd love to get to questions, though. I'm all about answering y'all's questions. I think it'd be wild if we move forward without questions. It's a big piece, it's a big document, a lot of work. I just want to clarify a couple of things. One is in our report, when we're talking and in this work, when we're talking about lived experience, we're really talking about people who have lived the experience of the impact of harm and lived the experience of the intervention, right? I'm also a person who has been a provider in mental health programs, including mental health programs where restraint was used. And that is not a lived experience of of the restraint, right? And so I want to just clarify that when we're talking about lived experience, we're really talking about the folks who have received the interventions and the use of force. I think one of the things that this report, it'd be hard to even just read one page of this report and not see how much use of force is happening, not just in the police department, right? And those of us, there are many who are not folks with lived experience. I've never had force used on me, but mostly because of my privilege, not just my white privilege, but also my privilege of not having been psychiatrically labeled or hospitalized. And so we spoke to many people in this project also who have worked in systems that use force to control people. And we have to be really careful and really intentional. We have to recognize that many people, much like Franz expressed in his sharing, sort of feel like they have to. They don't want to. They recognize it's not a good place not a good thing to do. They don't want to have to do it, but they feel like they have to. And that feeling like that we have to or they have to actually continues to endorse this idea that they have to or we have to because people are inherently dangerous. Certain people are inherently dangerous, right? This idea that Black folks are inherently dangerous. This idea that people who have psychiatric labels or who are considered mentally ill are dangerous. This is untrue. This is categorically untrue. And we must reckon with this belief of white supremacy that continues to endorse this idea that, oh, we can't just create alternatives because how are we going to deal with those dangerous people, right? As what this report really recognizes is that the danger of the institutions are causing so much more harm than the danger of the individuals who they are addressing, who they are responding to. Like, the systems are built and they are hurting people, and we have to build different systems. And you have to do it. And I'm sorry if it's hurtful to address you as by name, but you are the ones who put yourself in this position. You volunteered, as you want to remind us so many times. You volunteered for this. That's why I am naming you. Because you asked to be named as individuals. You asked to create systems, to address systems, and to create new systems. This is not a personal attack. It's not a personal attack on any individual. It's not a personal attack on any police officer. The systems are causing more harm than any individual person who is psychiatrically labeled, than any individual Black person, than any individual queer and trans person. And that we're looking at the systems here. And that's the view that we're trying to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. This is Shay. I also just want to say that these recommendations, as were asked by you all, were made both from listening to what people who have lived through these experiences say, and also by talking to people who work in these systems about what is possible. And there are alternatives that are already built, that are already invented brilliantly, especially by people who have been through psychiatric incarceration and through hospitalization and are advocates and leaders, right, in these fields. Those things already exist. So I don't think we need to get into a big back and forth about like what is possible, because people who work in the institutions that have those tiny mental health cells that criminalize mental health in them had some part in talking about what is possible. And I just want to bring us back to these recommendations and help you move forward, that these recommendations were made tailored to Brattleboro's needs so that they did not impact those subgroup of domestic violence survivors who feel like they need police response, so that they do not impact these, other people who feel like they still need to rely on the system and can build the system up for the people who cannot rely on these systems. And we did lots of labor to bring in as many voices as possible so that these recommendations would be touching on these streams of possibility that already exist. So please consider that when you're looking at them, that these streams of possibility are avoiding, causing harm to people who feel like they can safely utilize these systems, while acknowledging that many, 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 many people cannot, and we need these alternatives to be built. And if we're using money to address public safety, we should use some of that money towards some of these alternative systems that are going to cause unbelievably less harm. Thanks.
Thanks, Shay. Board members, should we get to questions or should we take a couple more comments?
Comments.
So 2 more hands up. So
okay. Thanks, Ian. We'll take Kelsey. Ooh. I'm not sure. That might have been a blip, an accident, but Kelsey, put your hand up if you wanted to say something. Robin, we're gonna, okay. So Robin, go ahead.
I also just want to say that Maya is a committee member as well.
Indeed. Thank you for pointing that out.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I just wanted, I'll put my video on too. I just wanted to kind of bring a reframe for a moment here to this conversation, because just to give a little reminder, this discussion we're having is because there was such a huge public outcry this summer about changing the way we prioritize policing in this town. And the select board requested a longer consideration of this process, requested proposals for this facilitation process to handpick the committee members. And this report has been done exactly to the specifications of what the select board wanted to have the information to be able to make this consideration. So now that you have all that before you, and this report is extremely extensive and thorough, far more, I think, than could have been expected in the amount of time and funding that was given to this effort, you have the answers in front of you. We don't need to rethink of a new way to do this or a new timeline. It's all spelled out exactly what needs to be done and on what timeline. It's in the report. So I really think that the job of the select board is to consider, shall we support this report? And I think that there is a lot of support for doing that in our community. And most of the people that have spoken at this meeting tonight have just been the people with the most experience in this that were, committee members and facilitators. A few community members have spoken up, but I know that there are dozens and probably hundreds of people out there. I mean, look at all the people who signed the petition back when this process was getting started. I'm pretty sure that almost all of those will support going forward with the findings that the select board has requested from this committee.
Thanks, Robin. Maya, and you have, oh, there you are. I was just going to say you're invited to turn on your camera too.
Yes, hi. My name is Maya Schulman-Ment. I was on the committee. I'm also a direct service provider in town. I work at HCRS and I'm a social worker. So I just want to offer a little bit of a framing to this discussion. What I'm hearing from different folks tonight are kind of 2 different philosophies of what it means to have safety in our community. And I think that, structures like policing or bringing social workers into roles that just mirror policing are 2 kind of examples of the philosophy of community safety that prioritizes kind of like top-down approaches based in white supremacy. So when I hear the suggestion of, let's just put more social workers in the place of where police are currently, that is a philosophy that, as a social worker myself, that is often, put forward in my field, that in some way social workers are more able to have kind of a kinder and gentler approach, but we still often are involved in control over the people that we serve and harm towards the people that we're supposed to be serving. So I just want to, provide that framing or like reflect that framing to what I hear as what's going on in this discussion to some extent. And I also want to just highlight a few of the points I heard. I heard earlier tonight that decisions affecting the FY22 budget are kind of, what could possibly happen the soonest and be prioritized. So in terms of the police training budget, I just want to, echo what the report is suggesting, that the increase in the police training budget be reduced back to the original levels. So we're not, advocating for reducing anything that is currently in the police budget, but just not increasing it. And the philosophy behind that is kind of to replace traditional community safety, which is like a top-down approach, with other forms of community safety, which are, extensively spoken to in this report. So that is, my perception is that police training budget increase was chosen because that's an easy way to start, to shift those resources in a different direction. And then I also want to just highlight the points that Bob Osier made earlier about decoupling wellness checks from the police. There's, a lot of research that shows that showing up with a gun to somebody who is having a mental health crisis is not the best way to respond to that situation and de-escalate that situation. And also exploration towards creating non-coercive ways to keep people safe when they're having mental health crises. And I know that, that might require a more extensive process than just a select board meeting, but I want to advocate that happen as soon as possible, because that will really change people's lives in a very immediate way in this community. So thank you.
Thanks, Maya, and thanks for your time on the committee. Couple quick questions. What does the board think? Is that all right?
Yeah.
I found my questions. Do you want me to go first?
You want me to break the ice, Tim?
What's that?
You want me to break the ice on the questions? Or you got it?
Up to you. I just, as chair, I just try not to take over meetings. So,
Emily, I have a question about the Spillman data.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I think is perfect because from my understanding of your presentation last meeting, this was an area that you were specifically involved in.
Mm-hmm.
So from people following at home, I'm on page 124. And for people who didn't read the report, basically I'm looking at codes that the police, Brattleboro Police Department uses through this Spillman command center system. And we have a chart that refers to offense codes. And those are codes that are given once an event has happened, and they're, as I understand it from the report, after the events kind of happened and they've gotten a chance to look at it. What I'm curious, Emily, is I am very, I think I really am in a line with Daniel about how excited I am and interested I am in this idea of decoupling and moving away from police responding to mental health crises or welfare checks. And that seems to be much more on the nature code, which is the code that they get that they assign when they get a call in. And so I'm curious, from the work that you did, what is the nature of the nature codes? And is that going to be something that we're going to be able to work with more? Yeah, I think I can clarify that question more if you need it.
I think I understand your question. I'll answer it to my understanding, and then if I'm incorrect in how I'm interpreting it, please clarify.
Okay.
So the nature code is the code that dispatch, and also Mark Kerrigan is in the meeting. So sorry, Mark, I don't want to call you out, but if I do say something wrong, I do invite you to correct me. So anyways, the nature code is the code that is applied at dispatch. So the call comes in and dispatch codes that call with, of course, highly dependent on the information that they get in the dispatch call, right? And then somebody is dispatched, a responding officer is dispatched to the call and responds to the call, does whatever that officer does, and then in their reporting, in their documentation, applies an offense code. Both of these codes stay active. The offense code doesn't replace the nature code. It is a little bit confusing because some of the data in here is relating to the nature code, some of the data is relating to the offense code, so I can understand why that's might be confusing. The chart on page 124, table 3, where you can see that the welfare check code is the fifth most common used code, or for 4.8% of the incidents in 2019 and 5.5% of the incidents in 2020, that is an offense code. So this is the code that the officer codes. You know, I am making the assumption that the offense code is going to be a bit more of an accurate code because it's applied by the officer after they've heard what came through on dispatch and responded to the call. I think that this is there's not a ton of difference that I think would be super relevant for moving forward between the nature code and the offense code in this particular situation. I go in a little bit further in the report around, we didn't make any recommendations around domestic violence codes because of the way that this code is dealt. It's a totally different code, right? And it's a type of code, it's a circumstance code. And so I'm saying this because the concern that was brought up in our committee about the potential of changing responses, right? Like changing responses to dispatch calls, potentially leading to decreased response in domestic violence situations, right? This, does not appear to be happening in the welfare check code response, right? But the suspicious activity, there's question about the suspicious activity, nature code, something that comes in at suspicious activity at that 16%, right? I think there's more work that could be done to understand what's happening in that suspicious activity code, what that ends up getting translated to. And there's analysis of that in the report if you're interested in that. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question though, Ian.
No, I think, I think there's a lot to it. But I think that at least gets it started for sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I would just invite Acting Chief Kerrigan to raise his hand if he heard anything that was very misleading or anything, but otherwise I don't think it's necessary to call him up just yet. Daniel?
Right.
I just want to kind of tack onto that whilst we're on this topic, if that's okay.
Sure.
So Ian was asking about the welfare check code, and we were looking at the table 3 on page 124.
Yeah.
Can you just speak to agency assist?
Yeah, I mean,
as well. My understanding was that was sort of where some of these mental health crises response was happening.
Yeah, the only thing I can say about agency assist, because I didn't go into a deep review of the use of that code, but it did come up in a lot of my review from the use of force data, which was interesting. And it's not just mental health agencies. The Brattleboro Memorial Hospital calls the police. Again, the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has its own security team. And I am curious about the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital use of the agency, the police, when there's an expressed need, or from their perspective, an expressed need, a desire really for force to be used. There's other like schools and schools that serve special, like particular populations use this code as well. So, this is really important because there's the police, as I think Tim said earlier, the police are a lot of what the police is doing is responding to what the community is calling about. And you can see that, right? I mean, the suspicious person activity code, I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of the see something, say something kind of philosophy that we all got really indoctrinated into around 9/11, and a lot of policing philosophy has gone all through. I used to work in community, it's gone all through a bunch of different phases, but there's this real like see something, say something mentality that I think the citizen assist and this suspicious person code leads to. And then the animal problem, right? Of course, that's citizens or people calling about animals, all kinds of animal situations. And then this agency assist is people, professionals needing, from their perspective, needing the police response, right? And so that I think is an area that really needs to looked into. This piece around like people call the police because there's no one else to call, right? And there's some areas of recommendation in our report around resourcing, right? Like neighborhood restorative justice practices and resourcing and alternatives, right? And so resourcing our community outside of policing to be able to actually have somebody else to call, whether it's a citizen or a professional in a school or a professional in a hospital or whatnot.
Daniel, did that?
I mean, yeah, you could kind of tell. I don't want.
There's a lot to say about
There's a
all
lot
this.
to say, right?
Deep,
right.
That's granular, as we say.
Right, right. And, it's a big report. It's a good time to get granular. There's a lot of data here, and I really appreciate all the work that went into getting this, and appreciate the collaboration that occurred between the report's authors and the department, especially in this element of the work. I'm kind of thinking about agency assist and thinking about like response to overdose calls. Would that end up there, or does that have its own call?
It could end up there. I mean, could end up as a like a drug-related code.
Uh-huh.
I got excited because that subject feeds right into one of my questions. Does anybody mind? So, speaking to, again, these are my questions, and I don't know how many I'll ask, but it speaks to the recommendations, not the findings, not the listenings sessions. And speaking directly to our facilitators, because you both were hired by this town to facilitate the committee. I want to ask you again, there was a cursory mention of something that was one of your deliverables. There were 3 deliverables in your original, gosh, I'm losing my words. Your RFP, your proposal. One of them was the biggest disappointment to me, because I really saw this as something that would help the select board move forward. It's something that you call the current community safety ecosystems map.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it was mentioned in the last meeting, but since it's my personal, it was something I got really excited about when we were moving forward with this committee, because it felt to me that like having a better idea of how things go down, and this is, hopefully separating it from individual experiences to some extent, but understanding what happens when someone is screaming down the middle of Main Street. I don't actually know what protocols are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that person could be in danger to themselves. It could be a danger to our community. You don't know. It could be upsetting to some people. Some people wouldn't be upset. But so that kind of ecosystems map was something I got really excited about. And I don't want to, so it's not a criticism. It's more like I need to understand what are the challenges of creating that in the future, because you weren't able to do this. And I'm sure pandemic had something to do with it, the short timeline had something to do with it. Absolutely. Can you just comment on that however you'd like to, and give me some hope that that's something that could help us understand the ecosystems in the future?
So I'd love to start, and then I'm sure Shay might have more to say about this, which is to say that we had a lot of discussion about how this could look, and a lot of different, the challenges to producing something that I think you're saying you want, maybe wanted to see or were expecting to see, were actually, and Shay spoke a lot to this last week, but weren't about anything other than the fact that when we really got into the listening, our job was to listen to what everybody had to say and people's experiences, and then share with you via this report. And that map, it sort of became a bit of an impossible task to do justice to, because the experiences that people were having, and then what sort of on the surface level these systems or programs, are maybe intending to do or supposed to do, there's real disparity there. And so we chose, in the map we included in our report, what came through for us very clearly was how people get their needs met, right? And this disparity around how people get their needs met, how people are able to, through certain types of privileges, get their needs met outside of systems, how the system responds, how people are dependent on certain systems for getting needs met, and how harm happens in those systems. I think, we started off with a list of the organizations that are in town, which of course y'all can get a list of as well. But to truly map out, there's what those programs and services intend to do, and then what's actually happening turned out not to be a task we could accomplish. It's a deep.
I can say more about that, Emily, too.
Please do, yeah.
I think for me, the most interesting challenge of this project in some ways was figuring out how to communicate with you all this really intense perspectives that are shared from all kinds of people in our community. By translating as directly as I could that information to you all with less editorializing, less of what there is, of course, a voice in any writing, but one of the things that I really was discovering as I was listening to people who work inside of systems, inside of community support organizations, medical institutions, social services, was that so many people were using this as this sort of protection of this process to voice very severe concerns about what their own organization's responses were, that they asked me not to be on the record, that they were the one sharing about some specific practice or specific problem. And this made the creation, as you can imagine, of a map very challenging. The formal relationships between many organizations in the community and the police are, there is very little formal relationship between many organizations and the police. I was surprised at how few MOUs there were for some programs that I thought there might be one, like the social work program that's housed within the police has no MOU. So even when I tried to rely on policy to help clearly delineate who's working with who, there's actually a huge void of that analysis that's happening, that information that's happening in our community. And I felt like it would be at great personal risk for me, frankly, to assess these relationships quickly in a visually transferable mode. That would just be so much about my opinion and not about the facts of how these things are being enacted or experienced. And then also that lack of formal information is coupled with this this sense of a tiered experience of many organizations in the community. There's what's on paper or what's happening out loud, and then there's all this information that people are holding underneath the surface about how things are actually being felt and experienced. And I would say Project CARES is a great example of that, where folks have, that's a space where there is a formal collaboration. You guys can look at, whatever documentation exists about Project CARES. I don't think there's a lot of documentation or data analysis done there either. But that's a formal collaboration, but how that's being experienced is not communicable by a map and is very nuanced. And many people are experiencing that collaboration as harmful, which would be really impossible to put on a map. How would you map that? So those are some of the limitations of making sort of a visual map. The level of complexity, maybe that could be another project for someone else, but I think that it would be probably you'd have to do a policy review similar to what Emily did with the police with every organization in town. And we talked to over 25 organizations. So doing a policy review of those, that was outside of even our wildest, most labor crazed moments could not hold that scale of project. What we did end up mapping was the types of interventions that do exist very clearly in the organizational listening as well. What are the types of relationships and organizations that exist between fields while protecting those laborers is what we were able to map for you, mostly in that organizational listening narrative section.
Thank you.
Great question though, Tim.
Yeah, we had higher hopes too than we were, because of that same thing, but
Right. I appreciate Shay and Emily both kind of speaking in depth there about how that bit of the project played out. And I just wanted to bring in that when we asked for proposals for this work, none of those other proposals spoke to any amount of detail that would have even got close to what Shay and Emily found out in what they just told us there, So whilst we didn't get this amazing map, we learned that it's actually really hard to get it and that there would be a lot more work required in order to find out that kind of information. And that's useful information for us to know. And I don't think we would have got even anywhere close with the other proposals. So I don't know. I mean, as we dig into this more, I'm kind of thinking like, yeah, there are a few more projects. I mean, even if we were to just say the board wants to commit to decoupling police from welfare checks, right? That is a substantial piece of work that's going to take some time and, staff time and some board decisions and some money and some collaboration, and it won't happen overnight. And so I would really encourage us to start thinking, what are the things that we really, really, really need to see happen from this report soon. I got my 7. I can email them to you.
You're 7. Okay. Please do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we are at our second traditional break time. I do have a couple more questions, both speaking to the recommendations. Folks want to take a 10-minute break? Yeah, there's not a lot of enthusiasm from anyone. All right, thumbs up. We're going to take a 10-minute break, not only for our butts, but our ASL interpreters need a little break, and take a breather and come right back at 10:15. Thanks, everyone. Hang on. Well, we're back. Time check-in. We have a little bit of business, which is fairly straightforward after this. And I personally have only a little bit of mental bandwidth left, but let's keep going. I'm sort of stalling because I'm not sure. A couple more questions, and I'm just trying to figure out what's appropriate. Would Would the board mind if I ask one more question? And does anybody else have any particular questions about the very involved, complex, and important report we've received? No other board members?
And I don't think it's inappropriate for you to ask another question either.
Don't think it's inappropriate.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was trying to swallow
thank
it
you.
while talking. Hot cocoa.
Thank you. I'm just considering, which ones will send us down a rabbit hole. Since last time I focused on a personal disappointment around the map, and thank you for those answers. I want to just share my other disappointment, which again speaks to our success, I think, in the future, and how we as a board and as a community must balance what we feel is right for vulnerable members of our community with the practicalities of democracy, which is how we get things done here in town. I need to ask a question. Well, first of all, I'll just say, and I'll try to combine my two questions. They're around a couple of the recommendations and the involvement of the committee itself. I have some concerns about the collaborative nature of the process, and I fully recognize the incredibly crunched timeline that you were under, and I totally understand that. I want to just share that and it wouldn't change my opinion, I'd still vote for this process. When I voted for this process, I had in mind more of a traditional committee, as I understand committees usually work in open meeting laws, et cetera. And when a select board forms a committee and hires facilitators, the role is usually that the facilitators facilitate. And my concern about the success of this project going forward, regardless of which, I have a few opinions on the recommendations that might differ from the rest of my board members, but the process going forward, I want to succeed. So my concern is that there were some divergence as far as the collaborative nature of the committee. And I was disappointed to hear early on, I didn't want to get involved. I didn't think it was appropriate to really sort of stick my nose in the committee's business. But I was disappointed that the committee didn't choose a chair, didn't choose sort of a way to consolidate opinion. And the few hours that I did watch live and the few hours that I did watch not live, it feels like a process that, regardless of its merit, was very much driven by Emily and Shay. So I'm totally open to letting you make a comment on that so far. If you feel that's an unfair characterization, I'm open to hearing that, but I don't want to go into more detail about it because I don't think it's necessary and doesn't really aid our process going forward. But what I think it does speak to, for me, a little bit, is a couple of the recommendations I don't think were well considered within the ecosystem, if you will, of Brattleboro as we currently exist. I'm sorry to kind of be a little vague on that, but if I get really granular, I feel like it's going to feel defensive and rabbit hole-y. So I'm sort of stuck between two bad alternatives, I guess you could say. Do you want to comment on that a little bit about the process? Because I'm really sort of, as you know, there was some comments on collaborative nature of the process. The reports were issued very late. And the full report, I don't think the committee really got a time to sink its teeth into. So I'm just inviting you to just make a couple comments about that. And the reason I'm bringing it up again is that I want our community to believe that this was a good process going forward and that we're making the right decision in supporting some of the recommendations. So either Emily or I saw Lana had her hand up.
Yeah, Lana and Laura, both committee members, have their hands up. Lana, would it be okay if I just frame real quick in a brief response, and then see if Shay wants, and then I'd love to hear from other committee members as well. All I really want to say is I can understand, you know, certainly your questions. You know, all I want to say is that I think that we moved forward with the process in pretty strong integrity with our original proposal, in our original proposal, and I have it up in front of me right now, we say on the first page, we envision a process facilitated primarily by 2 core facilitators with the support of specific limited engagements with delegated facilitation, and a committee that is ready to do quite a bit of guided work in a short period of time. It was our intention, even before the committee was selected, for, you know, that was our understanding, at least. I mean, that's what we put forward in our proposal, because the amount of time that that we were budgeting for and paying for, and the amount being paid for, and the amount of time that the committee was budgeted for was vastly different, you know, which would then go to say that the amount of work that the facilitators were doing and the amount of work that the committee members were doing was quite different. And that was, in my opinion, clearly articulated in our proposal before the committee was even selected. And so we moved forward with that strategy as we clearly stated we would when y'all selected our proposal. You know, I can say for myself, this is the first time I had participated in a town committee. So I'm not, you know, we got some good guidance from Peter around open meeting law and what the committee process itself had to look like. And that, of course, guided our work as well. And the other thing I wanted to say is that it was made very clear in the committee meeting, and I'd love to hear other committee members' thoughts about this, that there was the weekly meeting, sometimes twice a week, but then there were individual tasks that committee members were welcomed to participate in outside of the open meeting law, which served 2 purposes. One, to really respond to each committee member's flexible needs and ability to give more time, right, or less time. And also because some work was completely inappropriate and we were unable to do in the open meeting structure, considering that I had agreed to meet for 2 hours a week, and we had more than enough content to go, you know, a lot of what we were and were not able to talk about in those meetings just had to do with how much one can talk about or a group can talk about in 2 hours. As you know, here we are at 10:25 p.m. So, you know, I think there's lessons learned for future aspects of this work. There were also clear concerns that came up midway through the process. And Shay spoke a little bit to this last week, that we also don't want to speak too directly about, just to maintain, you know, the sort of respect for this larger process that caused us to hold much more closely the actual content being shared in the organizational listening and the individual listening, which then had us really focusing our sharing with the committee on themes that came up. The themes we started discussing immediately when we started analyzing the data, the information we had received, and committee members were participating in the Brattleboro Police data review part along the way. Individual committee members were engaging in that with me. We were meeting and we were talking, and they reviewed the data that I reviewed as well, and we had a lot of dialogue about that with individual members. But I will stop talking now and see if Shay, Lana, and Laura want to add into that as well.
Lana, sorry, do you need a? to unmute. I'm not good at driving this thing.
It looks like Shay is muted and needs to speak.
Shay can go before I do.
Oh,
I have a statement from another committee member who is unable to speak this evening, as well as something that I would like to add. But I can go after Shay or before, it doesn't matter.
Can you all hear me now?
There you are.
Excellent, thanks. Yeah, I concur with what Emily shared largely. And I think, also highlighted within the report are the many myriad tasks inside of committee meetings that the committee members did, in addition to, optional work outside of the meeting space, which largely did fall into the BPD review category because of these concerns that came up midway about, what the listening might look like with different committee members in the room after some concerns came up. Emily and I really worked to make sure that folks felt like they could trust who they were speaking with as a pretty central tenet of this process, and that meant pivoting a little bit to us holding more of the listening. But the committee, as you could see in the meetings, and all the recordings that are totally available on the internet, did guide the process quite a bit. I think that was also my understanding of what was in the proposal, was that that body was there to help guide the process, to share sort of more various life experiences and identities than we did, and to hold us accountable to making sure that we were being, thoughtful about our approach and considering many viewpoints. The committee did so in many ways, including making agreements that are quite different than agreements that exist in other town spaces for how people were going to share space together, very intentionally different. And with also by really one of the most central tasks that the committee did, I think, was to create the questions that were asked in all of the interviews and surveys. They really guided what information we were pointing toward throughout the process, which I think is their most shining contribution to this project, is that they actually determined what Emily and I were actually enacting. We had to enact quite a lot of it because of time and because of these other constraints, but the committee really had quite a large say about what we were enacting. And at the end of the process, which was rushed, we can totally acknowledge that, Emily and I had to hold quite a lot of that listening until it was able to be shared totally publicly because of public open meeting law. And that meant that we had to edit down those quotes that you see in the report from raw material that contained tons of stuff which was not shareable. So we had to do that between the first week in December and when you all saw it, and analyze all of that and share that with the committee. We shared the themes out with them, and then we brought to them some open ideas about recommendations from what were our key findings. Our key findings were informed by what they wanted us to be searching for, but those are just true. We just did find what we found. And we said in the end of that process, the committee can make any recommendations and alterations of the recommendations so long as they're in congruence with the findings. It wouldn't make sense to have any committee member share something that went against everything that we had learned, right? But if something was within some congruence with what we found, there was space. The first meeting was quite brief in terms of what we had time to share, because again, everything shared in those meetings becomes public immediately. And I don't know if you all caught that one of our local papers reported on the report before the report was done, even though we clarified many times these are excerpts of drafts, right? So those were limitations on the process. But we shared out one idea about recommendations and gave folks not only that meeting to kind of like seep into those ideas and talk, but also space between that and the next meeting, and then ample time in another meeting. That's the only agenda item, was talking about the recommendations together. And we wanted to make sure that it was a more stricter than a vote in type of agreement, actually, in that if one committee member from an impacted community, there was a recommendation that explicitly impacted their community, we were really going to try to really be honoring and reverent of that person's say. If something was about, a recommendation that would have extra impact on psychiatric survivors and people with psychiatric diagnoses, the committee members that had that lived experience were extra welcome to share their feedback about that thing. And on for all different types of identities and experiences. And then we had a final meeting where the only agenda item was talking about the recommendations that Emily and I put forward based on the findings that Emily and I had found in our report making. But they had quite a lot of say in guiding those things. So that's all I have to say about the committee process. I'd love to hear from some committee members about that.
I would love to be that committee member. But first, I'm going to give my fellow committee members words before mine. This is from a committee member who is experiencing some communication barriers at the moment. And as a side note, I would like to say that during our meetings, one of the things that we did for people who are unable to speak was provide the chat function, and someone would read that. Because not everyone is able to actually verbally respond in the moment. So just to let you know that is a barrier. This is Kaz, and I'll just read what he said. There was a lot of transparency throughout the committee about what role the facilitators would be playing and what collaboration was expected from the committee members. It is true that we did not have a lot of time to review the first draft of findings and recommendations before discussing them in the committee meeting. That was just the first draft, though, and we had time between meetings to read and reflect. We were told that we could email the facilitators any questions, concerns, or suggestions before the final draft was presented to us. In that meeting, I had voiced an issue I had with one of the recommendations in the first draft, and Shay and Emily adjusted the final report based on my feedback. So I'd like to add to what Kaz is saying that I felt the process was transparent throughout. And I would ask that I would like to ask all of the committee members, it's not hard to just ask everyone. And if the idea that it wasn't collaborative is coming from one person, then that, just like your board, when it's the majority that rules that decision. And if everyone feels like it wasn't collaborative, then there's a problem that I'm not noticing. But from my personal experience, and I'm the only person of color in the room, and I would be in that room, I would have been I was paying attention to how the process was being held, and I felt as if my voice was being heard. And if I didn't, I can guarantee you that you would know about it, and that Emily would know about it, and Shay would know about it. Because as you can tell, I'm not shy. But I really felt confident in the work that Emily and Shay were doing. And also it was transparent from the very beginning. I knew what the process was going to be and what my input would be. And I never felt like that was being ignored. I never felt like there was a moment where I couldn't say, hey, back up. I don't want to do it that way, or I have a problem with this. We all had that choice. And I will say that throughout the process, I feel like myself, I spoke quite a bit. Kelsey also, she can speak to this herself, but she also spoke up quite a bit. And so there's plenty of time for dissent. There was plenty of time to change, modify, and it happened. If Tim, you were there, I'm sure you must have witnessed some of those moments. If not, I'm sorry, you should go back and watch the tapes because I was amazing. Anyways, but that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you. Board members. I feel if I ask my third question, it's going to send us down a rabbit hole. So does anybody else have anything? Do we want to make maybe summary statements? We have possibly a quick discussion of next steps. Daniel.
Oh, I'd be totally interested in summary statements and next steps. I was just going to say.
Oh, sorry. I just realized I had, you know how when you scroll down in the stack, you don't see the top? I would love it if it actually sent you back to the top, but of course it doesn't. Yeah. There's 3 hands up. One of them was Laura. I think she had.
Can I just finish my thought real quick? I was never on a town committee until I became a select board member, but I did attend many energy committee meetings, and the amount of work that this committee and these facilitators got done in like 2 months, 3 months,
yeah.
right, is astounding. And I'm sure other committee, members from various town committees can speak to that. And so I hear what you're saying, right? Like maybe the way this committee functioned looked different than other committees without a chair or something. But I just think that the work that's come out of this in such a short space of time really just needs to be acknowledged and thanked. And I don't know, I think we're spending a lot of time here questioning whether or not this was done in the way that it ought to have been. And I believe that for the most part it was. And I also know that having sat on committees and having worked in teams, that there's always going to be disagreement. And there is disagreement amongst us on the select board team, and that's okay. We can live with that. So I don't know. I just don't want to spend too much time laboring over this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I just take these 3 hands up are all committee members, correct?
Yes.
Laura first. Hi, Laura. Oh, we can't hear you yet. Stand by. We can't hear you.
Maybe you got to change the audio input.
Bringing it back.
On the little carrot.
No. Did you disconnect a microphone by any chance, or because you're unmuted? Should we circle back?
Yeah. Maybe it's just the volume.
Abby broke it.
Let's circle. Let's.
Oh, we're getting some headphones here.
That's what works for me.
Let's send her another. How's that?
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, it's unplugging headphones every time. So I'll try to be pretty quick. I found the work on the committee to be completely transparent and collaborative the entire time. I felt like I was constantly being asked by Emily and Shay for feedback and input in every step of the process. I know that it was rushed but I also just want to say that I felt after I read the entire report, I felt like I had actually been present for so many parts of that report, just being to all the meetings before the report was written. So just attending all the public forums, and also all along the way, we were getting information about different things that were coming up as themes from the listening sessions. We had got the traffic stop data information way before the report was written. And so I feel like I had tons of time to process and sit with it and really take it in, as well as be able to talk if I had any issues or problems with different parts, questions, etc.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, thank you.
Kelsey? There we are.
Hi. So I completely agree that it was really collaborative in the sense that all of our voices were heard. I definitely probably spoke more than anybody else. Maybe Lana and I are equal, but probably me. Absolutely. And it was definitely a very supportive and collaborative space in that way. I guess sort of what my uneasiness about the process overall, I think, is that, be careful how I say this. I think that for many people involved in this process, probably leading up to it, advocating for it, those that were perhaps some people appointed to the committee and the facilitators, were already in full support of much of what we see in the report and the recommendations, prior to this process. And I think, really what I'm saying in terms of the lack of time and for so many reasons, the way that this was formatted, it was a new way of doing this process. I mean, and it was such a short period of time and a huge amount of work. So I sort of understand how it unfolded in this way and complications that came up along the way. But holding all of that, why I say that I'm not comfortable saying that I'm part of bringing these recommendations forth is we all along have been talking about needing to manage, intention and impact. And I'm concerned that this process, in a sense, was rushed. And I think that there was certainly an air of bias to it, even if perhaps some of this perspective and maybe these recommendations are potentially really great. I'm concerned that I think it was overly facilitated and that it was done through a very specific lens. And, for a reason, it was to uplift the voices that need to be heard. And in no way do I want to at all come across that I devalue that, because I don't. But that's really what I'm not comfortable with, I'm definitely not comfortable with just sort of joining the herd and not having informed insight into what I'm standing behind. But that's not to say that I'm at all suggesting that all of these recommendations are not aligned with what needs to happen. I'm just simply saying I don't feel comfortable saying that I am fully informed, because I'm not. And, some of them, just from my own perspective and education and learning and research and experience, I am behind them. But I just don't trust that this was done in a fully democratic way. And for some reasons, it needed to be different, because this is a whole new movement. But I guess that's where I am with it. I think there was a biased lens, and that leads to my questions around, I guess what I've already brought up. But it's late, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And I'll just say that I don't believe it was a possible task to be, use the word democratic. This is an impossible situation to be completely democratic in the task put before this committee, and with the listening sessions and maintaining privacy and confidentiality. It's just so hard, and I recognize that. But we still have to follow a process that I think will be stronger whenever, if everybody believes that the recommendations make sense. And oh, don't interpret that sigh as anything terrible.
Please don't interpret my sigh. I'm tired and
I know,
feeling
but
a little reactive right now.
Yeah. Well, we have another committee member that wants to say something, and then we should move on to next steps. And hopefully, I thought, oh no, I'm sorry. Annalise first. I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Annalise Griffin. I was also on the committee. And I really want to echo what Laura said, because it perfectly articulates what I will take 10 minutes to say, which is I did feel a little concerned that I wouldn't be able to read the report at an earlier point. And then when I did, I saw this process, which was different than any process I've ever done before. I saw it in there, and it all came together in a way. And I just really respected and was so amazed by the architecture of what Emily and Shay pulled together. And I really felt like it's the thing to really take away from this is to listen to the voices in it. That is the meat. There's data, there's all the things we want that are like the things we're used to wanting, but it's the voices, it's the listening sessions. Like that stuff, the parts that I participated in really changed the way that I thought and changed the way I experienced this problem in our town. And I think that it comes across in the report so well. And it didn't feel collaborative in the way that I might have previously articulated, but it absolutely felt reflective of the process. And I felt like I was a part of that process just by being in the committee. And I think the other thing that might have been frustrating was like, we did so much work and we put so much, there's so much careful work in here. And it felt frustrating to not be able to talk about it in person for a long time. And that was just a constraint of everything that we're in right now and the time frame of this process. But I would say the collaboration for me was there. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise. Sorry to pass over you. I had checked off your name before it was wise. Bob, we're going to hope that your connection is better. And after you speak, we're going to have to speak to next steps, I think. Can you join us? There you are. Let's kill Bob's video, if you don't mind.
This is sort of the next step. If you do something like this again, the open meeting law format may not work very well with the charge that this group had. My only experience is with the BCTA, where you would discuss things in public, and then in committee, now I'm getting the interconnection unstable one, and then in committee, write the decision. But the decision reflects what we said in the group. It was hard to do it this way. We did get a draft report. That was in a Google Doc. I did copy that. I made a lot of comments on it, back and forth with Emily a lot on those comments. So that's my record of participation was probably there. I found nothing in the village VLCT, right, handout that dealt with draft reports.
Okay, Bob. Thank you. I don't know, we picked up a little bit of that, but it was kind of tough. So I think we're going to move on. I at least have Daniel's support for that, I think.
I invite Bob to write to the board if he wants to sort of add to beyond what we were able to pick up as a committee member. So.
Yeah, I'll echo that, and Bob, you could watch the BCTV video and just see if you think you could recap that if you'd like to. Peter.
Thank you. I'd like to do something I don't normally do if it's okay with the board. I try to stay back until I feel like it's sort of my moment to be helpful. You're about to talk about next steps, and instead of waiting for a moment where it seems like maybe I can distill what I'm hearing from you, I'd like to make a really strong recommendation.
Okay.
Is that you not try to define next steps of action or take next steps of action in this moment. It's 10 minutes of 11. The last meeting I thought was rich with presentation and some initial dialogue. Tonight was very rich with lots of dialogue, lots of interaction. It sounded to me earlier in the evening as though there was also some movement towards rallying around what the board might be able to collectively view as the priorities for action. And I'm worried that if you try to take that positive movement and turn it into something more explicit about any kind of action tonight, or, explicitly what you would do next time, it could be disruptive to that forward progress. And so my strong suggestion is take the progress tonight and be grateful for it. And the one thing that is beyond the report and beyond the dialogue that came up during the course of this. So if you're comfortable with this as a group, I think the place to start next time is Daniel's list. So if as a group you feel good about recognizing that that's one person's perspective, it doesn't speak for the 5 of you, but it's a place to start as you focus next time on where you want to go, what direction you're going to provide as a board for what those next steps are, rather than trying at 5 minutes of 11 to define them now.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thanks, Peter, for showing us your uncanny ability to speak at the right moment. Okay, so if that, I'm seeing a lot of nods and thumbs up, and we have a little bit of business to do, which is buried under my notes. Emily and Shay requested that the Safety Review Committee gets officially disbanded, which is understandable and appropriate. Does that require a motion?
It'd be appropriate to take a motion so that this is sort of the clear endpoint of any obligation to follow the open meetings law and any other responsibilities that come with being a committee.
Absolutely. Liz.
I move to disband the committee with our thanks and gratitude.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has moved to disband the Community Safety Review Committee with the entire board's thanks and gratitude. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That's 5-0. Thank you.
Now we can all reply all on our emails. Thank you, guys.
Welcome to our world.
Yeah, exactly. You know how it is.
Go back to civilian life, as they say.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both. We'll probably turn off your cameras too. And we are reaching new business, which is a short bit of new business. Probably. I'm going to let Peter speak to an extension of an agreement.
Yep. So I believe it is a short piece of new business. So you'll recall that back in September, we engaged Melanson. They were Melanson Heath at the time. They're now Melanson PC due to a corporate transition. They are an accounting and auditing firm from whom we have received really excellent service, both last spring when we were in between finance directors and since engaging them again at the end of September. Unfortunately, our first new search for a finance director that we conducted this past fall was unsuccessful. We'll be initiating another one before the end of this month. We're hopeful that as we get into springtime, we'll be bringing on a new finance director to town staff. But in the meantime, we need the continued good service from Melanson. Particularly Lori Garland is a partner in the firm. She does audits for 2 other municipalities in Vermont and has provided really excellent guidance to our finance department team and support for our finance operations in Brattleboro this year. And so the action I'm asking you for tonight is to authorize me to extend the agreement with Melanson Heath through May 31st. If we do sign on a new finance director prior to that, we can always cancel the agreement before it ends, but it'll allow us that breathing space to go out with the additional search and bring us that time to bring on a new finance director.
Thank you, Peter. Ian?
Very quick question. Could this have been on the consent agenda?
Yeah, if we had one tonight, that's where I would have put it. This is actually the only thing that would have been suitable for that tonight. And so you don't really accomplish anything by having a consent agenda if there's only one item on it, and that's why we're discussing it now.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Are we ready for a motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, gee. I move to authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to execute an extension of the agreement with Melanson PC for continued provision of contractual financial director services through May 31st, 2021.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to execute an extension of the agreement with Melanson PC for continued provision of contractual finance director services through May 31st of this year. All those in favor, please raise your hand, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-0. Other motions, or specifically a final motion, is welcome.
I move we adjourn this meeting.
Thanks, Brandy. Brandy has moved to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there and sticking with us.
See you next Tuesday.
Good night.